But yeah. No, so I've been really enjoying I Am Future. I do think we're probably looking at maybe one more stream to get that wrapped up, which will be good. So I'm glad people have been enjoying that and people have been hanging out for it, because that was one that I was on the fence being like, oh man, I don't know about this. Like, I like the game, but people have been, you know, not in this channel, but out on Twitch at large have not been checking it out, so glad to see it's doing well. It's a very fun, cozy survival game. Anyways, we are going to be getting back into Farming Simulator 25. For those who have missed what we got going on with this, we are doing a Zero to Hero challenge where we started with $0 on the hardest economy settings and yada yada yada. You get the idea. We went and said, I would like to make this game real sweaty. Let's make the game sweaty. And so we made the game sweaty. That said, it's not as hard as when I do the Survivor Man challenge. I did check. I had we had the other day, people mentioned that there was like a website that there is a bunch of mods there that aren't yet on the store quite yet. There are more there, not as many as you'd think. There were only 2 map mods on there, which one, like, all the comments are, this isn't an alternate map, this is just the map already in the game. And then the other one had no comments and everything, and it looked like the other map that's already in the game. So it looks like there's no modded maps available yet on there, which is what I care about. Nor did I see the one mod I would like, which is basically you could say, hey, when the market price is over a certain amount on this product, just let me know. I've been trying to see if I can't get a mod like that, because I would really like that. Because it's convenient for not having to keep track of, like, every single, okay, the corn gets sold on this day, and then this gets sold on that day. Like, you would just have that as a thing. It's just too easy to get, like, caught up in what you're working on and totally forget about it. We did sell our stuff from the greenhouse at the end of yesterday's stream. I want to say it ended up making us, like, 16,000. Alright. Yeah, so you can go ahead and check out where we were at. Let me turn our music back on. Cool. But yeah, oh, and I should put the objectives back on the screen as well. So, boop, boop. So that's what we're working on right now, is what you see there, is we're working our way up towards $1 million. And we're also working our way up towards finishing building the temple. I do not remember where those things were at, so let's go ahead and peek at the temple first, because that is one of our 2 objectives. We have gotten 2 of the keys that I'll be able to give away ultimately. That said, I'm waiting till I have the 3rd key we've already gotten, like we've already finished the objectives for that I haven't received yet, to then do a giveaway whenever we do that stream, where I'll do 1 at the beginning, 1 at the end, 1 in the middle. And then when we get these other 2 objectives done, I'll just give away the keys as able. So it looks like we need 8 stacks of long planks and 9 stacks. No, that's wrong. I need 10 stacks of wood beams and 9 stacks of long planks. That is going to be a pretty decent amount of money. So let's go ahead and get ourselves in a position to get that going. Because it's trying to keep the temple going. And then meanwhile, making money while we can. Oh, right. I was not going to buy those right now. So let's stop that. And the reason I wasn't going to buy that right now is I did want to build the, I'm blanking on the words. Oh, you changed the contract for when it was last year. Those are terrible contracts. I mean, Deadwood's fine. That's fine. Let's check where we're at. So we do need water. Yes, I do need water in the large greenhouse, and I do need more wood for the sawmill. So either way, the tractor needs to come back home. But yeah, so I want to get the extra 6,000 for making it so instead of just selling strawberries and stuff like that, I can start making them, like, start basically canning them. And that'll give us just a little extra income out of those. So that'll be something, because it'll also help out where one of the problems we found is our greenhouse where it's positioned. I did try to clean up the land a little bit with Terraform tool, but it's really badly positioned for me being able to get stuff here. I'm trying to remember if I turn on distribution on the greenhouse, how that works. Because I remember storing and I remember selling, and distribution, I want to say, would automatically pass it on to the next location, but take a cut of the money, if I remember correctly. But I'm probably more likely going to prefer to just move it myself for the time being. But yeah, so the things I'm going to need to do is, we did buy our extra plot of land, so we do now have 3 full fields of rice that will be able to grow. So it should help give us a little bit more income each year from our crop, because right now it's terrible. We're making about 2,400 bucks per season from our crop. So this should jump us up to somewhere in the area of like around 10,000. And then if I also get the thing where I can turn the rice into, like, to preserve the rice or whatever, that should bump us up a bit more. Because that'll be our catch-all for most of our goods, just toss it in the preserve building. I don't think it works with all of our stuff for the greenhouse, but it does work with a bunch of it. So let's just drop you here. But that does mean, for the fields we've got down here, I need to get the cultivator out and cultivate them. Game still loading? You should see the game. Do you not see the game? Like, I'm driving around doing stuff. Oh, your screen froze? Gotcha. Need to park these differently so we can actually get these out of here easier. Okay, so it looks like I've already cultivated that field. Yep, so this is the fields we bought. Which all of this crop is withered because for whatever reason, the AI, I guess, just didn't feel like actually doing anything with it. It's kind of a rough spot to deal with these weird ledges everywhere. Yeah, so I have to clean up those outer edges. Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to do some cleanup that this is a little bit slop, because, like I said, the edges here are just a little bit rough to reach. I'm kind of ignoring the headlands, I'm just cutting across here. Looks weird with the shear drop. Yeah, no, the idea it's like a paver, like a retention wall kind of thing. But it is just one of those things you're like, that's a little spicy. I made a mention before that I suspect what I'll probably do long term. So short term I'll have this be this rice field. But long term what we'll likely do is we'll like set up a brand new, like larger rice field. Get rid of some of these smaller ones and then turn them into production areas. What are the headlands? So headlands, when you're playing this game, When you look at a field, you'll have fields where the tractors, they'll go up and down the fields a whole bunch. Headlands are where they kind of go around the outside perimeter of the field like once, twice, or 3 times before doing the back and forth. And that's just so they can manage to turn around the tractor and keep it in the field, as opposed to, like, I'm driving off the side of the field back and forth. Headlands prevent you from needing to do that. I can't really give you an example on this field, it's just too small. But yeah, so the headland is basically doing a circuit around the outside of the field, like the outer edge of the field first, so you can turn around in that gap on the outer edge. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, we can circle back over here. Get to a little spot here, catch a little spot over there, and then that'll be this field cultivated. It'll also be one of those things that as we get better equipment, we get larger cultivators, this small field will become more of a hassle than it's worth. Okay, see, that field's done. Now I can hit up this field. Yeah, so I definitely feel in the long term that we will want to convert these into production locations. And not use them as fields. But that won't happen until we get, you know, some larger plots. If I didn't already say, you know, thank you for following. I just, multiple thoughts going on at the same time. Yeah, so I can see, like, buying plot 32, making that into one giant rice field, then taking these 3 rice fields that are up here, because they're, like, the combined number of them all together is still smaller than that one field. They could then go through and make this, like, have you know, a granary up here, or sorry, a flour mill up here, or an oil mill, or whatever feels appropriate. This, yeah, because this kind of sucks having to, like, steer around all these rocks and these ledges and all that. Alright. But yeah, so... Yeah, sorry, I was rereading stuff I already read. But yeah, so the other thing we're going to be working on is... we'll be ready to plant this in April. That's what it needs to plant. I'm just going ahead and cultivating it now. And part of the reason is I can actually use this to let me fill up my greenhouses. The fields do count as a water source that I could just dip a trailer in to get water for the greenhouses when they're flooded. Which is kind of a fun thing that I'm like, you know what? Honestly, I don't have a problem with that. But it is kind of a comical workaround to avoid a lot of expense for the water. To such a degree, I could see it becoming a strategy unless it gets patched out. I can see it becoming a strategy for people playing the game to go out of their way to build like a micro rice field just as a means of having water right next to their greenhouse or whatever. Alright. We get that spot taken care of. New meta drop then. Yeah, I don't think it's big enough to be like, you know, some big meta strat, because it is only saving you water. But it is as well as things. I could see that becoming a normal behavior for people doing greenhouses and, you know, maybe the cattle or anything else that needs water. And just being like, there it is. Because it's cheaper to build the field than it is to make the actual water supply. The actual water supplies, you have to pay for the water that you take out of them, versus the field you don't. We'll see. It doesn't really matter, because that's one of those things that people for a long time have added mods to just get free water, like have a water supply like a water tower that just gives you free water. Yeah, so I am imagining while the cultivating here kind of sucks, it wouldn't surprise me to find that, like, because of how sharp those seeder and the harvester can turn, that it's probably just no big deal. Because that is the one nice thing about rice, is both the seeder and the harvester can just, like, rotate in a spot and not need like, big, wide turns like the other ones do. Alright, and we'll probably have just one more pass, and then this field will be done. And then come April, we will seed all that. Alright. I wonder if there'd be an easy way to make that all level. I don't think you can. Like, the terraforming in the game has always been something that's kind of limited in what you can do with it. So I'm gonna stop keeping some of these tools all tucked back there. I am reaching the point where there's just not enough space. So I am gonna drop off our cultivator right here. Alright. And then the next thing we need is the water. Oh, did I check the sales? Okay. Mulchers can be used. So that is that's actually one we want. So we're gonna delay ourselves slightly and gain the production thing, because we do have where we've been cutting down all those trees, and I don't have a way to getting rid of them, and that's a really good price for that. We also have the weeder here, which is interesting. Disc harrowers are used to do shallow cultivation of fields. That's also an interesting one. We do have, so that's 6.3 meters wide, and we can do that at a speed of 10 miles per hour, versus the one we have. Yes, the one we have is 4 meter wide at 9 miles per hour. Okay, game, don't do this to me. So, it's looking like I could actually get one that's about 1.5 times as wide, lets me go ever so slightly faster. And I'm gonna admit that I don't even remember what the difference is between the harrowers and the cultivators. But I can afford this. And that basically is pushing the limit of what our tractor can handle. Because our tractor, I think, is 230 horsepower. Yeah, so technically it's over what we can handle, but it's in that range. It would still probably work fine. Like, it's right on the edge. So I do think we get the mulcher, regardless of anything else. We'll end up getting that mulcher. I think I am gonna get this. And I think we'll be okay. If not, it's gonna be a rough time for a little bit. So with that, let's go through here and now check our mulcher and get rid of our cultivator. Get rid of our cultivator. We don't need it anymore. Cool. We'll need the rest of that. That's a pretty good upgrade. And then the next thing I need is I want the mulcher. Because then we can get rid of the tree stumps for all the trees we're cutting down. So that's good news. So let's go grab those. So we did kind of wipe out our money, but I think that was a good spend. Will that work on stumps? Yes. That's what the mulcher's for. It'll get rid of stumps and stuff like that. It'll also technically let me convert that into field over there, which you can also do with a plow. But I don't think I'm going to make that spot into a field. You thought it said something about crops? Yeah, no, so the mulcher here... That's not... It's fine. I already... It's a forest mulcher. It'll get rid of bushes, shrubs, and tree stumps. You can also set it to allow you to make new fields as well. Just like you can do with the plow. But, so where we've been cutting down those trees, that will let me go up to that spot and... You know, get rid of the tree stumps, all that, clean it up. Alright, so we're going to bring the harrower home. And we're going to bring the mulcher home. I wonder where you get the, You know, you get the contract that says, please plow, and you get the contract that says, please cultivate. I wonder if the harrower will count as cultivating. And if the mulcher's not what I think it is, then I'll feel silly about it. Okay. Now, downside is both of these pieces of equipment are really badly damaged because we bought them used. So we will ultimately want to repair them. Neither of them is a yield issue with repairs, though. They're both like how fast I can use the tool and everything. So I'm probably just going to straight up ignore that for right this moment and wait till we get a little bit more money in the bank. And then, you know, next time I need to run back and repair the tractor or whatever, I'll just bring one of them with me and patch it up. But quickly, we could just go ahead and do a quick test on that. Can you construct ponds and streams in Farm Sim 25? That is actually a good question. Because generally, I've never had the desire to do so. I know you can mess with the terrain height. Like, I know I can go in here and go to terrain height. Painting, trees, plants. So I don't see anything there. I think, and it could be a no man's land only thing, I think there is like a water height or whatever, that if you go below that you have water. I don't believe you could just arbitrarily go, dig this down near a lake now. I could be wrong, and maybe there is a way to do that, but I'm not aware of it. So let's test. So we got a tree stump right here. Then go ahead. Is that the wrong one? Alright. Let's check what that mulcher actually does. Let's see if I just bought the wrong thing. If it's something I absolutely have no use for, I'm going to feel pretty silly about it. So let's go over here to the forestry. Because this might be a being punished by lack of reading comprehension. Okay. So we didn't buy the right thing with that. That's alright. Let's see what it actually does and see if I want to keep it. So I can go here to this. We have our vehicle. So it's the TMC Cancella. And so if we go to our brands and we look for Cancella, which I'm not seeing. All right. Let's have wood chipper, mulchers. No, it says forestry mulchers can be used to do that, so it's a TMC Cancella. So that can remove tree stumps. All right, so it did say tree stumps. So let's try this again. Nope, don't do that. The TMC, okay, TDE 220. No, it isn't. TDE 220. TDE 220, where are you at? We can actually, one of the things we can do is, so it's TMC is the brand. So let's go down to TMC so we can actually find this much easier. So TMC. Ah, I can crush crop stubbles. Well, that's fine. So we played ourselves. I don't need that. So there's a TMC Cancella. So we did just waste about 2,000 bucks on that. That's fine. That's fine. I got all excited because they're like, oh, a forestry mulcher. I didn't realize they had the not forestry mulchers. I don't know why you'd use that. I mean, I guess you could use it for the bushes, but why would you want to... Why would you want to crush your crops? Don't know. Either way, we got ourselves a much bigger tool for in the future of doing like our cultivating. You can drop that off there. Yeah, and I'm not gonna worry about the weeder or the baler. Oh wait, I still need to get the water. That's right. So that will delay us being able to get the thing for preserving our stuff, but I think that's worth getting that while it's on sale. Free fertilizer at the end of harvest, mulching the stubs. Is that how it actually works? I didn't think that it used to work that way. Either way, it feels like that'd be very laborious. So I do get it that, okay, you get free, and don't get me wrong, fertilizer specifically is expensive. Alright, so let's go ahead and deal with the water real fast. And I need to tell you to flood your field. So that counts as a water source. And then I need to top off the wood at our sawmill. Okay. Wait, is there actual water physics? To a certain degree, yeah. More than we've had before. Like, the water does gradually fill up this area and all that. Yeah, sorry, I already read about the thing. Because you got it. You're a greenkeeper at the moment. You do hundreds of these turns every day. Yep. Also, free skating ring. So I don't believe water can freeze in the game. Okay, so once I'm done with this, I just need to go and grab ourselves a little bit of lumber to top this off. Do they have physics? They have physics in the sense that if you toss stuff in them, they will ripple and all that. I don't think they have physics in the sense that you can't, like... At least I don't believe you can't go up to, like, the edge of a river and carve out a path for the water to, like, divert and everything. I don't think you can do anything quite that fancy. I could be wrong, but it's mostly the fact that, like, they'll ripple as you push through there. Yeah, no, it's the greenhouse has a pretty good amount of water reserve, and this water tank is woefully inadequate for my needs. But the one I want that'll be way better is like, it's like 6,000 or 8,000, I think. Or no, it's more than that. No, it's not 6,000 or 8,000. It's something like, it's whatever. It's more than I'm really ready to spend right now. Because the next purchase I want to get is the thing for being able to turn the rice into something more valuable than just straight up rice. Same with the greenhouse stuff. We could top this off. But that'll be one of the big things, is getting rid of this little teeny tiny water tank for the one that carries, I think it's 8,000 liters, versus this only carries 2,000. So instead of being from empty to full is 20, which we're nowhere near empty. Where are we at? Yeah, we're about 4 refills away from being full. Set it somewhere as a keepsake. I need the money. Like, we did that in the Survivor Man challenge, right? The one track that was like worth like $500 or something when it's so worn out. You can fit in a charm bracelet that's that big. Yep. And I believe this will be the last one. Or this will be the last one. I can count. Was it beats going to the beach develop? Yeah, and that was the reason we... Like, when I thought I was going to have to go to the beach, we had planned to get the bigger water tank right away. How are you still getting more? Because it was just a really long drive, that's like, okay, I need to get this so it's only 2 or 3 laps because I don't want to do the huge drive. But once we realized we could do this, it kind of delayed us even worrying about it. There we go. Now it's full. So I'm going to actually drop this over here. Just right there in the future. The next thing I need to do is I need to grab the winch for getting the trees over here. So I'll bring all that over. Alright. So go over to where we got our trees and cut down. Unfortunately, one downside is we're actually getting pretty low on the number of trees I can cut down over here. Pretty soon I'll need to get either more land or something. Hey, how's it going? Guess we got all these tree stumps where we've been slowly clearing out all the trees. Lots of players. Okay. Do you mean like Farm Sim right now? Is lots of people playing it? Because it did just release the new version, so that would be expected. Oh, come on. We can make this work. So let's detach that, which is that button. Grab this. Why are you fighting me on here? Oh, I think it's because, yeah, actually I pulled out that. Alright, so now if I hop in here, and I drag that closer to the winch, that should be close enough that I can then grab this, and get that attached as well. And we can go ahead and drag this back to our sawmill. What am I stuck on? What am I getting stuck on? I don't really understand what's getting stuck on, but okay. The game is already popular? Yeah, no, it's not surprising. Farming Simulator has been a pretty popular game for a long time. So having the next version be popular as well, really not surprising anyone. Alright, so we're taking the long way around. I don't know what it was having the issue with over there, but that's okay. Let's drag this over to the sawmill, and that'll work out. Yeah, I didn't see any stumps, but that doesn't mean they weren't in that one spot. I mean, I saw that we had stumps, I just didn't see any stumps that were getting stuck on the tree. It also appears like the tree is heavy enough that it's making our tractor struggle. Okay. So we can just drag that to the sawmill and be good. All right. Cool. And how does that doing for our wood supply for the sawmill? Okay, so still can hold 6,000 more. Do you not get more for removing the branches? From my understanding, when you sell it, you do. When you are just, you know, sawing it up for material and all that, then you just, like, it's just purely a matter of how much tree is there. A bunch of little trees here. Let's grab these two. And the trees do follow the way that the bottom of the chainsaw is pointing. So you can aim the trees a little bit. So in situations like this, I wanted these to fall towards each other. I got enough branches. These ones are gonna probably be a bit of a mess. So, okay, I'm not sure that's improved anything or made it worse. That's fine. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong button to attach. It's my issue.
Hello there.
Hey, Bentley, how's it going? And... yeah, I'll just two-trip it. I think I'm just gonna fight trying to get that attached set. I might as well just yank this over real quick. Donate solid parts. Okay, cool. Then we can just drag this over real fast, drop it off, and doing that. I'm doing pretty good. Did a bunch of I Am Future a little bit earlier. Went pretty well, made some pretty solid progress. Now, picking up where we left off with Farm Sim. Got ourselves a Harrower that's better than the Cultivator we just got rid of. Topping off our Sawmill. Alright, so let's go grab that other tree and then see where we're at so far as our lumber. Okay. Can't see. I think with the camera I keep running into stuff. Luckily, it's not a thing in this game where you run into stuff and you severely damage your vehicle or anything like that. You can get yourself, like, stuck on things by being reckless about driving, but that's more of a massive inconvenience. The only time it gets really bad is if you have a full load of something valuable and you properly get your vehicle stuck to the point that you have to reset the vehicle. That's the only time when getting stuck really hurts. Because usually when you do that, it will take back whatever's in there. So if you got like a full load of fertilizer in your vehicle, you potentially lose all that. Alright. So the graphics graphics so dim? I'm doing good. Yeah, that's close enough to full. We're not gonna worry about that anymore. I mean, the graphics look fine to me. You also don't need to put like a million laughing emojis after every single comment. Keep in mind that like my main viewership is over on Twitch, so where it seems like there's just you over there on YouTube, there are like 130 people over on the other side. It's just YouTube doesn't take live streaming seriously and really kind of does a crap job of almost everything related to it. It does find video content, but live content, it's very clear that YouTube is mostly not caring. Alright, so we've got all that set up, and I think that's all of our factories basically topped off. I mean, the sawmill's not quite full, but I'll waste a tree if we do that. There's none of these contracts I do care about, because that's the arm I don't want to deal with. I'm not looking to plow fields. So with that, let's advance our day. Streams are just slapped out of YouTube and as an afterthought, forgot. Yeah, I think it was literally that there's a lot of content creators on YouTube were also doing stuff on Twitch, and then you had people who had like signed up to YouTube and became their partners and all that, and I think they used to have an exclusivity thing over there, or like the contractually have an exclusivity thing, and there was a lot of pressure being like, hey, we're not getting to take advantage of this whole thing, like you really need to do this. And then they kind of opened up, tried to like make it work, and then decided it wasn't worth the time. Anyone here tried War Tales? I know people have talked about War Tales here before. I haven't heard about it in a long time though, so don't know. We actually have a sewing mission. We haven't had one of those so far. That said, the pay's decent but not amazing, so I'm probably not going to worry about it. Not gonna worry about that. Okay. So with that, let's go ahead and grab... I'm struggling. There's where tractor is. Grab the forklifts. Streaming YouTube is majority of the time just keeping the VOD there. Yeah, well, I mean, you have like big creators will make secondary accounts to stream over on YouTube, and they find a certain amount of success in that. But like, that generally requires you to already be very successful on YouTube. Because it is one of those things that, generally speaking, if you stream on YouTube on the same count you make videos, that the algorithm does punish both. The algorithm is very much set up for you to keep all of your content the exact same style, format, everything, or you will be punished. Which really restricts things. So like if you're making edited videos and all that, you generally do that in a separate channel. You can stream to both, but it's most of the time something that ends up hurting your presence in the algorithm. Which is a bummer. And the reason it hurts you, if you're trying to figure out why, is generally speaking, when it comes to your YouTube videos and your live streams, that it does appear that if you do have where a lot of people click in and then click back out, that it massively just slaps you for that and gets you deprioritized in the algorithm. And generally speaking, the people who are tuning in to watch, 20, 30-minute edited videos, and people are sitting there to watch, 5, 6, 7, 8 hour live stream, there is overlap, but it's not a ton. And so as such, you could have a lot more people who they want one type of content or the other, and when they get the other from the one that they want, they tend to tune out real fast. And so YouTube just kind of goes, hard no, get out of here. So we do want to plant the rice in, it was April if I recall correctly. Yes. So there weren't any contracts that's interested in today, no amazing sales, all that. I'm not going to go and buy the stuff for the temple because I'm broke. So we are going to go ahead and advance the day. But so you almost never buy fresh release games anymore. Usually they're buggy as heck. After half a year or year, bugs are usually fixed. Good to play. Yeah, that's not unusual. I would agree with that. That there is, almost every major release has some funky stuff going on. So far, it's been pretty tame. We did have a really bad flickering for a while, but I updated my video drivers before the last stream, and that flickering went away. So take that for what you will. Your mileage may vary, yada yada. Let's reposition you so I can get both sides to that bed. And there's been a couple things, like particular contracts that people have had issues with. There's definitely been a couple here and there issues. Let's see, contract-wise. So we do have a bunch of contract-wise. Ooh, that's interesting that you're giving me that whole setup. The good news there as well is that wood is right next to there. So I do think we will take that wood transportation contract. That looks like a very quick and easy 12,000 or whatever it was. I keep forgetting where I'm putting the forklift end, and then have to go look for it. I think I put it over there again. And then next in-game month, we go to plant our rice again. But in the meantime, we are slowly getting all the materials for the temple. By grabbing the planks and all that as well. Because this is one of the ones that I needed. We definitely want to buy our way through those as well. There's that. There'll be the block. And yet you're waiting for Stalker 2. That's kind of a hypocrite. It happens. So my hope is there'll be enough space between... No, there's not even close. Okay, so quick change of plan. I'm going to sit this down. And I'm going to grab the other short planks. And then put the short planks next to the other short planks, and then put the block on top of it. Yeah, and I'm producing my own lumber. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, I have still been buying the materials as well. It's just kind of one of those things. The rate we produce the materials is nowhere near fast enough for my taste. It would take like a decade to build the temple. So it's kind of one of those things that, though, every single time I do this, instead of losing a little bit of money building a stage, you know, it does offset that loss. Okay. So get all those locked in. Alright. And for the moment, we can just park this here. It's not going to be needed for our stuff for a little bit. Okay, so let's drop this off at the temple. That'll be some quick money. It'll also give us a little bit of progress. It'll be one of each type of pallet we're missing. Now, we're definitely heavy on the left side versus the right. In hindsight, I probably should have taken the blocks, put them in on the back. And it would have balanced the load a lot better. But it's probably not going to end terribly. Or it will. Either way. Okay. But you're quite surprised by how well optimized, even with all the ground deformation and raid reflections and all that. You think they've done a good job and you haven't had a problem joining your mate on the Xbox, even though you're on the PC, unlike the other titles? Yeah. They've definitely done a whole lot in this one. And like we're only running on high graphics right now just because streamer things, I am, you know, encoding on the same computer and all that. But like the game definitely looks way better than 22. It's those things that, like, kind of makes me head scratch when every once in a while you have people come in who's like, you know, this looks no better than 22. It's like, what? 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 It's like, are we looking at the same game? And I think a lot of it is people watch the stream and then look at the stream and go, hey, this stream doesn't look better than it did on other streams of the past title. It's like, well, yeah, you're seeing it encoded and compressed and put down to 1080p. So yeah, no, you just butcher the graphics all the way down. Yeah, of course it doesn't look much better. Or they'll compare, like, me streaming this versus our local experience. It's like, well yeah. Because we had a couple that's like, this doesn't look any better than the past. I'm like, what are you talking about? Looks a little better, loads better in person. Twitch compression is so bad. Well, yeah, and even when you get like a little bit higher resolution on YouTube, because YouTube does let them do a bit more, even though a lot of time the YouTube ones still don't look nearly as good as when you're localing. I have found YouTube's compression, you have like higher resolution, but I have also seen like a little bit more like jank, not bitrate kind of things, but just like quality issues. But that just has to do with video compression. They do that because otherwise it just murder your bandwidth. You'd pull up a stream and everything else would stop running, right, because your entire internet is being gobbled up by the video. And that still even happens with the compression, especially if you're on like a slower internet connection. Alright, So we can take this and drop this off here for the temple. That's another 8,000 for us. Yeah, so we still need we still need 8 stacks of long planks, 9 stacks of beams. That's fine. What we are gonna check real quick is there was this contract here looks like a pretty good one. Yeah, I'll start with that one. The weeding one looks like a good one too. And we can get ourselves a little extra money. I haven't had one of these suggest that I get both the carriers, so we'll see what happens with this. Okay, and we are going... Alright, so if I go through the town behind us... Even non-compressed 1080p is stupidly big. Oh yeah, no, that was I had a sponsor recently and it said, "Hey, we really liked your sponsored stream. We'd really love it if you could get us like not the like encoded footage that through Twitch, but like get us the actual footage. That'd be really wonderful." And I was like, "I'm happy to send that to you. Just to warn you in advance, the footage you're asking for between 2 streams is about 36 gigabytes per video, and there's 2 of them. Or no, I'm sorry, it was more than that. It was like 260 or something like that. But like just letting you know in advance, what you're asking for is a couple hundred gigabytes. So I have no problem sending it to you, but I wanted to give you like the unencoded, like compressed down version, so you can do whatever you want. That way they didn't do the whole thing where they pull in the video, it's already gone through a round of compression, and then they encode it again, it goes through a round of compression, and just each layer makes it a little bit more potato. Which they were fine with it, but it was definitely one of those ones, it's like, oh yeah, these video files are gargantuan. I could have probably taken up that hill, but I don't need to roll this over. I've already seen what happens when people roll this particular vehicle over and fighting to get it back on its wheels when it's all loaded up. Alright. But fixing rollovers is your specialty? I have gotten pretty good at it. It still means a lot of time that I'm spending that we're not getting paid for, though. And for trying to get objectives done, that's not going in the direction we want to go. This is going to be a real sketchy road coming back down here. With a fully loaded trailer of logs, it's going to be a real spicy road coming back down. See, I thought this... I mean, I guess it might be more. Oh. There we go. I was like, what are you doing? Why can't I do the thing? I was selected on the trailer. I can't tell if this is actually a meaningful amount more than we normally do, or if it's like literally the same. Like, did I actually need the extra trailer on the back? Or was it just for this one, they went ahead and gave it to us? Don't. Please stop. There we go. Say, please stop being stuck in this. Alright, I'm straightening that up real fast. Never mind, it straightened itself up. Okay. Right now I'm going to focus on the larger number of logs, and we can go back to clean up whatever gets dropped later. Yeah, to be fair, we completely changed the mouse sensitivity, which I think is for the better, but it means I don't have to do like a billion motions per log pickup. There we go. Yeah, so turning up the sensitivity has changed a lot of how this feels. Not necessarily in a bad way, but it's definitely something I'm going to need to adjust to. Because I am noticing I'm knocking the logs around in the hand way easier that I actually physically couldn't before. Because it just wasn't fast enough to like swing the arm nearly as much. That's fine. We'll deal with those in a minute. Okay. There we go. Oh. There we go. We'll call that full. It's already a little bit cursed. So yeah, definitely think it is more logs than we've done the last couple ones. Because of them stacked that way, it's not nearly as noticeable. I do see that little tree is nearby. We might pop it. That's not what I wanted. And you are gonna stay there, aren't you? That's gonna be great. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream as well. We've got you in there. Now I just gotta clean up these last couple. Hey, Killdozer, how's it going? I do not know if I can extend that far enough to make this work. Or if I'm gonna have to reposition. That'll work. We have to do this in 2, though. I want to do it in 1, but sure. We'll pretend that makes sense. Just set it down, open it the tiniest bit to drop that one. I already got 1 log that's hanging off the side of this thing. 2 is not going to help my cause at all. Okay, so strap him in. Put away the claw. Doing good. Can't wait to play Farm Sim 22. You're now playing 25. You're playing Farm Sim 22 perfectly fine, but you do want to try out rice. Yeah, rice is a nice change. It's not the most lucrative crop. That log sticking off that left side is going to be a problem. The downside I'm also seeing, this is all on a slope, so there's really not a great place to U-turn. I have to do this so I can actually see what's happening. Oh, I can't get underneath there. Okay, so it wasn't even the branch on that side. It's that tree is low enough. I'm getting stuck on it. I was all sitting here focusing, being like, okay, I gotta watch my left hand side. I wasn't expecting to slap the top of the trailer on there. You're urging me to start sitting while I pee? Okay. Just a very random thing to say. The kind of thing that makes me think it's like, all right, we're right about to get a troll comment right after that. And to be ready to deal with it. That tree's just straight up in the road. Okay, so we got ourselves back on here. So now if I take this, it should take me over here. And I do know we have that cursed log sticking off the left-hand side. It did just drop in and turn sideways while I started putting stuff in. I'm like, you know what? I'm not fixing it. The rate at which it gains speed, like, I am not using the gas pedal. This is just weight. Wade tapping brakes just to keep us from getting out of control. Get strapped down, it's fine. I know, right? This will be a pretty tight turn for this. R. Do I need to introduce you to a movie called Final Destination? Like, trying to make a wide turn, car just goes the zip on underneath us. Ooh, that's a lot of weight we're trying to pull up this hill. So let's see if I can't split the difference between here so both halves are on here. And see if it'll count. So hit that, switch, hit that. And all in one go. So now we've got all that. We can turn here and turn that in because that was a cool, cool 12,000 bucks. And then if we go back here, I thought there was like one or two other ones. What? Why are you giving me more and more generous wood transportation ones? Like, what changed that suddenly they're like, here, man, how would you like $16,000 to transport some goods? Look, yes, the answer is yes. The answer is yes. I will gladly take your $16,000. That's better than I'm making from my actual farm working year-round. In one gun. Granted, that one unfortunately is nowhere near as convenient as the other one. Where am I turning that one in? All the way down there. Okay. Streamer client? Well, no, but that's what I'm saying, is we've been doing these contracts for a while, and all of a sudden today it's just like, do you want money? Because this will be good, because I do this one, and that should honestly give me enough money to buy the production line we wanted for our rice, so we're not just selling raw rice at, you know, a fistful of pennies. We'll get some actual money out of it. And then on top of that, we'll probably have enough money to spare. Well, actually, we'll see. We might be able to get enough money to be able to just buy up some of those beams and planks we need to continue working on the temple. You don't like the trailer bounce? It's probably okay. All right. I don't know why you have a button to mount and dismount the fenders. It's such an arbitrary and weird control. I keep hitting the wrong button, don't mind me. Just be like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take all my fenders off. In the middle of a job. Why? I don't know. May have pulled too far forward. Oh no, we might be okay. Did more money today? I mean, the game's giving me some pretty good contracts right now. Let's resituate that grab. Would you stop trying to grab those other ones so it's all sloppy after that? That's fine. I'd rather get the 2 cleanly than get 3 and then immediately drop 1 and have to fix it. That is not a clean grab. Just scooch that slightly over. Open up, shove it down, close it up, and that's a clean one. Would that even be useful for? You know. So yesterday you had a frustrating time loading your rice plants? Loading your rice plants? Oh, you mean like with the forklift? Yeah. Well, I mean, actually, so your rice plants you shouldn't have to load with the forklift because you just drive over there with your seeder and grab them. I mean, they're way apart than I could see a reason to do it, but I probably wouldn't. I'd probably just drive back and forth. So definitely getting them in much smaller sets this time, but I'm okay with that. All right. Okay, we can go here, twist that, open it up. Just trying to shove it just enough we can get that one log on the left off the side. Do I have 5 or 3? 5. I'm down to do this. We just need to keep it close to the vehicle. Because it's a lot of weight, and if we keep it too far away, we'll just roll right over. Because that was an area glitchy surface for some pallets can glitch inside the ground the same way tractors. Lesson outcomes, do not leave anything in that area. Gotcha. So it's just like a particular part of the map, it's easy to get stuff glitched into the terrain. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. Are you doing this with mouse and keyboard? Yes. Yep, I am running mouse and keyboard for everything. Alright. That's not the right button, no matter how many times I hit it. So strap all those in, because that's basically full. Is that 3 or a 5-er? 4, which means I'll probably lose that one on the bottom. That's not the one I expected to lose, but that was the one I expected to lose. May look so easy. Any tips? 1, turn up the sensitivity. That's one. Turn up the sensitivity. Otherwise, it is just one of those ones you just gotta practice a little bit, and you'll eventually get it. This is not what I want. It's I'm trying to pull it forward, and it's going down just because of the way the arm's set up. Yeah, so turning up the sensitivity is a big help. Generally one of the things I do is I'll try and go for like the big sets wherever I have the most logs first, because you're gonna have some that are going to get away. But if you keep going for the big sets, you'll end up getting as much as you can per round. Alright, so we've got a 5er. We gotta keep that close. Alright, it's 4, which means I'll probably lose that one log on the bottom. Man, I have a lot of practice doing this, which is a big part of it. In Farm Sim 22, I did a couple 100 hours in the Silver Run map, which is a mountain covered in trees, and we did make our own farmland out of the woods. So there was a lot of practice using the different machines for this. Now granted, I feel like the high lifter is that one. I can tell you, you are very good at logging. Yeah, that was... I'm still to this day, like, thinking back to it more and more, how much people just hung out so much for just watching a stream that was mostly cut down tree. You know, we'll cut down, like, 4 or 5 trees, get the high lifter, load all of the logs into a trailer, take the trailer, sell the logs, return to forest, cut down tree, and then when I got enough area cleared, you know, switch to the forestry mulcher kind of thing to get rid of all the stumps and expand my farm. And repeat. And I think we'd every once in a long while, I'd actually have like a field to harvest. Because otherwise all the time was spent kind of down. It's a U-controller, but you switch to mouse and keyboard for the log crane work. Interesting. I haven't done the controller. I always figured it'd be easier on the controller. But, like, I've not obviously tried it, so I have no idea from experience. Just because of the nature of analog versus digital. And it's, you know, granted, modern controllers are all digital, but you get the idea. Instead of having where it's... you push the button and it's fully 100% versus being able to have, like, a little bit more nuance with it. Like I said, I haven't done it myself, so... someone who has done both would have a better idea. I just always figured it would have been the opposite. Okay, get that on, fold it up. I have questions. There we go. I was like, I have questions. We're sitting here doing this, and I'm supposedly driving while also in the back of the truck. Alright, so we're pretty top-heavy. Alright. You gotta use both left button and mouse, right button. Both analogs make it a little harder than mouse. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I believe it. Like I said, I just always assumed it'd be the easier just because of having a little bit more nuanced control, but I haven't done it. So we want to be really careful turning here, because if I tip here, it's done. It's in the drink. It's not coming back. And since they're willing to pay me $16,000, I'm willing to take the time to be a little bit careful to get that money. I do not know which path is best. I'm going to cut over to this one and then take a left. So you got to keep joystick makes it much better and more immersive. After 4 hours of logging, you got Mrs. to make you a ham and cheese sandwich, and expect paycheck dropping in the letterbox. Yeah, and that was I definitely, like, if I just had money to throw around, I could definitely see getting the little side panel. So like it's you get your wheel and the little side panel thing for the tractor setup. I could see that being a really good way of dealing with it. All right. Now I just gotta drive it into town from here. I just gotta make sure I don't try and go through the narrow alleys. The front trailer's looking like Final Destination. Yup. I mean, the last time we went to the sawmill, we had a car try and like slip in the direction we were turning, so we were doing a wide turn to the right and just tried to slip in on the right, and they're like, do you want to die? Because Final Destination, or otherwise, going into a tractor that's got two segments when it starts turning and trying to slide in the direction it's turning is 100% how you die. Because that driver can't see you. What are you stuck on? Okay, so we go onto this road to the left. We'll be able to go ahead and just follow the road over. That should take us right past the carpenter. If I can... Ooh, that is going to be a rough turn. Because that light post is solid. The stop sign is not, though. I just need to go wide, because if we catch that trailer on the inside of that light post, getting it unstuck would be real rough. Alright. So zip on through here. Hey, Ashbillrow! How was the stream and all that? Welcome in, Raiders. But what were you playing and all good stuff and all that? Good to see a lot of familiar names popping in there. Madam Universe and Fran Opossum and Eshesh and everyone else. But welcome, welcome. We're just doing some farm sim and trying to not Final Destination ourselves or others as we take a forest and drive it here for lots of money. But yeah, so what were you playing? How'd it go? Can I get a shout out, by the way? One of my mods could jump on that. Have you got to do this? Don't worry about it. There's been a number of times where I've gone, like, you'll be in someone's channel a whole lot of times and be like, yeah, I'm definitely following them. And then you'll see that little button on the side, and you go, Disaster Report? It was a game? I have no idea what that game is. What is that game? Would you recommend it? But, thank you again for everyone tuning in. I do really appreciate it. So I think this is the spot I need it. Alright, yeah, this looks like it might be a spot, so let's detach our cables here. It's bizarre. Yeah. Alright, so let's go ahead and do shout out for you. You'd recommend it when it's $15 in sale, not $60. I understand. Oh, and you've also recently played Subnautica Below Zero. So if people are looking for Subnautica, or as well as the like what is the game? Just so I can I'm having problems recommending it since I have no idea what it is to give any type of informed decision. All right, so we sold the wood. Cool. You're a civilian in Japan during an earthquake, and you can be as much of a jerk or a savior as you want. Alright. I can see where that'd be an interesting and compelling game. And there's my $15,000. Thank you. Yeah, Subnautica is a survival character. Yeah. We played Subnautica before. But yeah, no, it was the other one I didn't know. Alright, so yeah, so we're working at, well, first of all, so again, thank you for so much for the raid. Make sure you catch up Cash Ashbelro if you're looking for some Subnautica, or if you're looking to be a savior or a jerk in Japan during an earthquake. But welcome in, Raiders. Yeah, so we're doing some farm sim. We're doing a 0 to hero challenge where we start with $0 well, I mean, we didn't get a chainsaw this one. $0 in a dream, and we're building up from there in the hardest economy settings. We are also building... Gotcha. Yes, also art. Yes, I thought I recognized that name. Right, so Ash is the one who's made a bunch of the art for Pankraru and a couple of others in the community and all that. So thanks so much for that. So yeah, absolutely check all that out.
Thank you Kingspar7 and for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you King Spartan for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you enjoy your advertisement free viewing as well as access to the emotes. But yeah, so we're currently playing on a map. I believe its name is Hutan Pente, which is apparently Indonesian for coastal forest. It is a non-specific Eastern Asian map. And so we've got our like nice little town here. You'll see some aspects of like the little houses having the here we go. You know, influences that are clearly not American, all that kind of good stuff. So you get to see a lot of that kind of stuff. We are working on some dare drop goals over here to get $1 million, as well as to finish building. There's a temple on the map. So if we go up here, we are working on our temple. Is this a modded map? This is in the base game for I keep saying Factoid. For Farming Simulator 25. So yeah, so where we started, there was just these foundations here, and we are slowly building this, you know, non-specific Eastern Asian temple. That is like a big project you do on the map for reasons. That they pay me for the material I drop off, and I like money. And all that. We also just got our stuff, but right now, the only crops we've got going is, I mean, right now it's not planted. We plant it next month. But I've got some rice fields, so it's kind of a cool new crop with this version of the game where you have to like flood the fields, plant the rice, do all that stuff. And that's pretty good. We've got our greenhouse here making our rice saplings. I've got a greenhouse over here making hot peppers and tomatoes and all that, and a little sawmill workshop thing going on. But we are working on that. Money's been a very difficult thing to come by, except for recently they've been just handing me wads of cash for no reason. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do these fields that they want me to weed, because for 8,000-9,000 I'll do it. They'll probably hoe the other fields and then forget all these other contracts. But I'm trying to make some money and get things going real fast, because we are trying to expand. I just bought 2 new rice fields, and rather than just selling raw rice for a fistful of pennies and not feeling great about it. Alright, so it's 32, so it's literally the field next to mine. We're trying to get it to where I can do, like, preserved rice and all that, which I'm assuming is just rice in a bag, because it's rice. We're trying to get all that set up, because for every production line you do where you take a good, and say you take, like, strawberries, and you go and you add it to cake, every step you go along that way usually gives you about 1.5 times as much money as the strawberries that are made by themselves. So, for example, if I take a log and I put it into a sawmill and I get a plank out of it, I'll usually make about 1.5 times the value of that log in planks. And if I take that plank and I make a frame for like a wall out of it, then usually I make 1.5 times the value of those planks out of that. And so you get where the compounding effect of that is kind of where the money is. So selling just raw crops, kind of not the greatest. But we're still trying to build up. I don't really have a whole lot of money, and we're trying to make that all work. So we are doing a little bit of our own farming on our own fields, and a lot of contracts, because I'm making about $2,400 a year on my field of rice. Needless to say, for a commercial farmer making $2,400 a year,
Thank you so
not
much
great.
for subscribing for 12 months. What the hell? I found
Hype
you
train is go.
3 months
Choo
ago.
choo.
Hey, Soul Adams, thank you for the tier 1 sub. That's a full year you have been subbed to the channel. 12 months, a heckin' long time, so I really do appreciate that. Kicking off a hype train, so thank you so much for that as well. But yeah, I really do appreciate that support, and I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you so much for that. And I do have good emotes. Might be biased. Yes, thanks so much for that support. But yeah, so we're going to go ahead and get this field started. We are going to be weeding this field. And getting all that going. For changes in this game versus the past titles, is you probably remember that we had the AI drivers. Well, this is not a mod. For the record, I'm running 0 mods. So anything you see in the game right now is literally just the base game. But with that, we now have steering control. So look ma, no hands. And it will just follow the line. It isn't like full autopilot or anything like that. If I do just keep it driving, it will go right off the end. But it does make following the edges and keeping your rows nice and all that. It'll do like headlands and all that. So you, for those who don't know what a headland is, when you do a field, you don't just go forward and back. You do like where you go around the outside perimeter once or twice and then the forward back thing. That way you can turn your tractor inside your field entirely, so you don't tear up the street and knock down fences and all that. Also, the reason to keep a sub active, the Tomb Taps is definitely one of the most popular emotes I have. Which is funny, because we had the regular tap emote, and we had the whole thing build up because Tomb mimicked the emote behind me, and everyone would spam that emote the moment Tomb showed up. So we made Tomb Tap so Tomb could have her own emote that kind of was the same idea. And, you know, needless to say, it's gotten very popular. But yeah. Now, good times. But yeah, so we've got a lot of good stuff. They have a bunch of new crops in the game. And for those who are like, oh, I was looking at 22, but there's all the DLC and yada, yada. Every single crop that was in 22 is in 25. So it's not like they're doing that whole thing that, you know, The Sims does. Where you're like, oh, you bought the DLC with the pets? Oh, darn, the new version doesn't have pets. Oh, look, a new pets DLC. They're not doing any of that kind of stuff. Literally, you get pretty much all of the same stuff you got in 22, a bunch of quality of life changes and graphical improvements and stuff. Like now, there's like terrain deformation, so as you drive through like muddy terrain, it'll leave these big ruts, and if you drive through it the other way, your tractor will bounce over them, which can get pretty bad when you're trying to drive across the field you just plowed, and it's some serious off-roading. But with all of that, they've got all of the crops from the last game, plus they've got long rice and not, you know, regular rice. They got long rice and short rice. They have spinach, they have green beans, they have peas, they have hot peppers, they've got tomatoes. To be clear, sorry, they had tomatoes in the last one. To be clear, the hot peppers are a greenhouse good. They've also got cabbage as a greenhouse good. They've got garlic as a greenhouse good. Ooh, what else did they have in there? Blanking on the words. Do you like that they test the crops with DLCs and then they're popular, they get added in the base game the next one? Yep. Yeah, generally they will carry most, if not all, crops forward, but there's definitely been times where if there's been a crop that's been like particularly unpopular, they might get rid of that rather than support it going forward. I've already done this line. I'm literally just doing a lap on the part I already did of this field. So let's go back here, reset ourselves.
Yay.
And thank you, Quesadilla,
Woo,
for...
Dino dance.
Yes, woo-woo Dino dance. Instead of Dino dance. Good job, TTS. But thank you so much for the 100 biddies. I really do appreciate that. Getting to the last couple seconds on the hype train and all that. So thank you again for triggering that hype train and all that. I do appreciate it. I have enjoyed the inconsistency in the text-to-speech and how sometimes it can be utterly cursed. Not that Dino Dance is particularly cursed, but definitely one of those ones. So we had a level 1 hype train at exactly 69% noise, with 2 subs and 100 biddies. So I really do appreciate that. It does mean a heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that support. It does make this all possible to have that kind of support, so thank you. But yeah. So I got all those extra crops I just mentioned. They have really expanded the production lines in the game. So for those who don't know what that is instead of just going, I'm farming wheat, you can take your wheat, you can make it into flour, you can make your flour into bread, yada yada. You get the idea. You know, yes, anding all your food. Every one of the maps that are in the base game now have a project on them. So like a major community development thing. This one, you build a temple. The River Bend, which is like a wetlands USA kind of area. So like Louisiana, Mississippi, that kind of area. You take, I believe it was an old silo, and you convert it into a museum. That's kind of like to like, you know, wood toys and all sorts of old school stuff. I have no idea what the last one is. So far as the Sri Lanka map, I have no idea what project's on that map. But it's kind of a cool thing, because that only... I want to say there's only one map in the... I could be wrong about... No, I think there's 2 maps in 22 that were DLC. There was Silver Run, that you could repair a old dilapidated roller coaster and get it back up into working order and all that. So it's kind of cool that you can like actually change the map in a meaningful capacity. Alright, and so I'm saying you did some math, and apparently, if you make rice flour pallets, you'll lose $10,000. If you do long rice box, you earn $16,000. And that looks sus. There's probably something not being accounted for. Because it is one of those things that when you're dealing with a lot of that, it can sometimes be a weird thing where you put in X, you get out Y, they're different amounts, and it makes a difference. Not that we've never had something that you lose money for. For example, when you make pig feed, and I don't know about 25, but in 22, when you make pig feed, you actually get less value out of the pig feed than for the raw crop. So it is more cost effective to just take the raw crop, sell it, and then buy the pig feed. Because the pigs are still worth it. But it's just, for whatever reason, making it into food was a massive loss of money versus just selling the crop. And we can sure go, well, that's realistic. First of all, I don't care. But second of all, that still means game-wise, you would never, ever, ever want to do that process. Wasn't pig feed a potato byproduct? I do not believe so. Because that was, the problem with pigs, was pro and con of pigs in Farm Sim, is they are the only animal that needs, like, a little bit of everything to be happy. They need a protein, they need a crop, they need a grain, they need a whole lot of stuff. Which does make them a very complicated animal to deal with. So it's not that they have a singular thing for feed. There's like a whole range of stuff in. And then you also have to try and balance it, which is much better in this version from my understanding, whereas the past versions was a lot more trial and error getting it correctly. And you don't need to make it perfectly balanced, even if it's like a bit of a crapshoot. The pigs will still, you know, live and everything. It's just, if you want to get the most out of them, you got to go through that. It does sound like bad calculations on the game side. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's like I said, it's almost, like it almost never happens, but it's not that it has never happened. So I would be surprised if you literally lose money by making rice flour. Because again, then the answer would be never make rice flour ever. But that said, rice is one of the first crops we've had in the game that has like 2 or 3, or actually I think it has like 4 different things we can do with it. Because you can make rice oil, you can make rice flour, you can make, they're like rice, it's not bread. They're like rice sheets or whatever. And then there was, you can do boxed rice, and then I think you can do bagged rice. And normally you don't get nearly that many options. Normally it's like, I have flour, what can I do? Or sorry, I have wheat, what can I do with it? Make flour. What else? Nothing. You can make flour. That's what it's here for. It's here for flour. So having crops now have multiple options to consider is interesting stuff. And this is in my field, so I don't care. We're gonna roll on through it. Okay. Let's see, by the way, making cake is still the longest production chain, aka most profit. Yes. Well, that was always, like the last one, you look at what it takes to make cake, and it was something like you needed to get a grain, make it into flour. That was one step. You need to get the strawberries to add that in. That was another step. I think you needed sugar, which means you had to get either sugar beets or sugar cane, and then make that into sugar and then add that. I believe you needed eggs, and I think you needed milk, which means you had to have all the stuff involved in feeding chickens and cows and taking care of them to get that. So this whole big elaborate thing to get cake. But then when you got the cake, it was buku bucks. Yeah, so once we finish weeding these fields, we're going to go ahead and build our, like, canning/preserves place. So we can start taking a bunch of greenhouse stuff and just shoving it in there to get a little bit more money out of it. Hey, Baller, how's it going? Because that should give us, you know, usually with your production lines, it's usually somewhere in the ballpark of whatever you put in, you get 1.5 out. So far as value. It's not always that, sometimes like 1 1/3, sometimes like 1 1/6. But you get the idea. Sorry, 1.6, not 1 1/6. But usually that's how it works, is you always get a little bit extra. Because otherwise there'd be no reason to do it. For getting the temple up, I do need to drop off, I think it was like 8 pallets.
Thank you, Witchhammer, for subscribing for 28 months.
Hey, Wickhammer! Incoming. Are you telling me... Did you sub to announce your own raid? I'll allow it. But hey, Wickhammer, first of all, thank you so much for the sub. That's 28 months you've been subbed to the channel, so I really do appreciate that. 2 years, 6 months, it's a heck of a long time. But also, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate it. What were you playing today? How did it go and all that stuff? Is there AI workers for this one? Yes, there are. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. For those who don't know, Wickhammer, absolutely fantastic content creator on the... I was going to say on the stream and then on the channel, and those are not how that works. On the platform, let me go and get you a shout out. So Wickhammer playing some Project Zomboid. Wickhammer does play a lot of Project Zomboid, good stuff. Does like a lot of challenge runs, a lot of big runs. Is one of the people who, you know, has one of the highest kill count scores out there. So definitely someone checking out. But always doing something fun over there. So if you like Project Zomboid, you can head over to Wickhammer and find that. But welcome in, Raiders. For those who don't know me, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. That said, there is a used to on there. I had it at 135,000, 121,000 when that was the record. It is not that anymore. It is a number of hundreds of thousands higher than that. But that was my claim to fame. That said, I am a variety streamer. I do play a whole range of games. Lots of city builders, settlement builders, simulation, stuff like RimWorld, a lot of tycoon games, all that kind of stuff. Right now, we're doing the new farm sim that just dropped down a couple days ago. Been a lot of fun. We're also doing I Am Future, which, for those who don't know I Am Future, it brands itself as a cozy survival game. If you've ever heard of the game Dismantled, it's like that, but less randomly swinging weapons against walls and all that, and more getting like tools and systematically disassembling things. But it's a lot of fun. You didn't know 25 came out? Yeah, it came out about a week ago. And for those who want to know the difference, first of all, you didn't lose anything getting 25 so far as, like, actual game mechanics, really. Mods are still playing catch-up. That's not a surprise. That's pretty typical. But every single crop that was in 25 is... Or sorry, in 22 is in 25. Yes, even the carrots and the grapes and the olives, if you like pain and suffering. Those are here. I actually haven't checked them. Well, okay, I have done one of the root crops, and it was about the same. I haven't checked the olives or the grapes to see if they're nicer than they were, because they were pretty rough in 22. But on top of that, we now have rice and long rice. We also have, for like actual in the field crops, we have peas, we have spinach. I feel like I'm forgetting one and they goes in the actual fields, but that's okay. And green beans, that's the one I was forgetting. And green beans, those are actual field crops. And yes, the rice, you do flood the field. So you flood the field, you plant the seeds or saplings or whatever, and you get yourself rice. And with all that, we do have a bunch of new ones for like the greenhouses. They have hot peppers and cabbage and garlic and a couple others. Beetroot was, I'm pretty sure, 22. I'm pretty sure beetroot and the sugar beets were 22. It was the beetroot, I want to say, was the same DLC that gave you like the carrots and the parsnip. It was carrots, parsnip, and beetroot. Like, it's the exact same system as those other ones. Let's see, you open a sheet of data you quoted earlier, can't check the formulas used to calculate. You tend not to believe they allow you to lose 10... Yeah, no, if you literally had a process that you lost $10,000 going food in to, you know, product out, I would potentially see them doing an adjustment on that, because that would be an outlier for particularly bad. Like, the pigs was kind of one of those things that you lost money making the pig feed versus otherwise, but then you made it back with feeding the pig, so it's kind of a weird in the middle there. But yeah, so the other thing is, like, for the record, we're running completely modless, by the way. So where you're seeing this following the line in here, that's base game. That's vanilla. No mods. And because the game just came out, the mods are playing catch-up. So we don't have any custom maps yet. Those will be coming soon. We do have a bunch of other things. Do you have rice processing production? I will be soon. My plan is literally once we finish this field, I'm probably going to get the canning slash preserve building or whatever it is, the 36,000 one, because that'll work with a lot of my greenhouse goods and the rice. Let's see, anything change with baling at all? Used to be your favorite? I think the baling is the same as before. How do you put the lines on? If you hold the button you hire your workers with, this UI will come up, and you can choose to either change the way the AI worker behaves, or you can turn on steering assist. And steering assist will make this appear. And that said, the AI workers did get a rework, which is good, because the AI workers in 22 were pretty rough. I have only successfully gotten an AI worker stuck once so far, which was me pulling a harvester directly against a tree and then saying, AI worker, take over. And the AI worker kind of just went, no. And basically was like, no, don't know what to do. I quit. It's like, okay, that's fair. But that's about the only one I've been able to get one stuck. We did have one the other day with plowing that was having difficulty. But otherwise, like, at least they're not getting stuck doing, like, the normal rectangular fields or fields with, like, little swaying and all that, which was just a thing that would happen last time to be like, there's an obstacle and then to stop. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And I do really like the animations we have for the channel. One thing that is going to happen here with these raids, I'm going to mute my mic here when we get stuck in this ad break for just a minute, because I'm really hungry. And I've got my food here. So I'll mute the mic so you don't have to listen to me crunch and chant You know that. So if you get in trouble, you hire a worker to get you out of it. And they stare at you and slowly back away. Oh, I wasn't doing it because I was trying to have the AI fix my stuff. It was like, oh, I need to do this other thing, and just parked the harvester and gave it to the AI. Bill is pretty much the same equipment matching. Has got a couple times for contracts. Yeah. I do know they did a rework on some of the stuff. And they did change some of the physics around logging, which has made it a little bit easier. It's almost like the logs have a little bit of like sticky tack on them, so you'll grab like 3 logs, I'll pull the other 2 beneath it up, and you're like, yeah, that makes sense. But I'm not complaining. The pallet physics seem to be exactly the same as the last one, so if you enjoy loading pallets in the last one, it works like that. If you didn't enjoy loading pallets in the last one, it works like that. So bear with me, chat. I'm gonna have a little bit of my food while we're doing this, so I'll be right back. So if I'm remembering correctly with camera, with the baling, I'm trying to remember what wasn't working before. With the AI, I mean. I believe the bales you still have to pick up. I don't think the AI will do it, but I haven't tried it yet. Okay, so I can't really see where we have weeds here. Well, it looks like these 2 stripes. That's where the weeds or not weeds, but the weeding we missed. Because what we're doing is we're dragging this behind us. And Chad is informed because I don't know a single thing about, I don't know a single thing about farming in real life. That my understanding is you would seed the field, and then you drag this thing behind it. It's just got a bunch of these little hooks on it. And that the idea is because you just put the seeds in the field, they haven't had a chance to grow any roots or anything like that, and it just kind of digs across the dirt. So any root systems that are already in there, it'll just tear those all up, because those will be your weeds. And so it's a weed suppression thing of just shredding all the roots of the weeds by just dragging these hooks underneath it. You don't think they picked up the bales? Yeah. The one nice thing about picking up the bales, though, is if you actually get the bale loader trailer, they do have, like, a trailer that just has a pair of hooks. You just drive around and just flips it up onto the back. It makes picking up bales really fast and easy. Like, you can do it going, like, 35 miles an hour or some nonsense. Just, like, flying down. They actually have to, like, wait a second for the hooks to finish tossing it on the back. Like the one you would want would be... We go here. I don't know where it's in the new UI. Oh, and they've cleaned this up. Yeah, it's probably the transport. I'm not seeing the one I'm looking for, though. We have to check later. I'm about to finish this run. But yeah, there's, like, I definitely did one mission here where it did, like, throw the bales in the back. Farm Sim 25 mobile phone? No, Farm Sim 25 is a PC slash Xbox slash PlayStation game. The mobile game is Farm Sim 23. Alright, so I'm not going to do this cheap wood transport mission. That's not a bad one either. We'll take that because they're the same mission. Yeah, it was there. It was there, it was just had the horns up. Yeah. I just couldn't sit there and look at it carefully because I had to rush through. Yeah, you're struggling to remember, but you think they would pick up the bales and send the worker to drop them off? Yeah, you can still do that. But yeah, like, you had to pick up the bales. The good news is the picking up the bales is, like, the shortest part now. Making the bales takes longer, and I believe the AI will do that. Don't quote me on that, though. I usually just do it myself because it's relatively quick. Alright. So what I'm going to go ahead and do with this one is, rather than myself working it, I'm going to go here and I'm going to say, hey, AI, I want you to do it. I want you to start with the headland, though. And you can set them to skip rows, so if you're ever like, that's a giant field, I don't want to wait for the AI to take forever, you can actually set up so you can say, okay, AI, you do every other row. Get another AI to do every other row, or you can sit there and do 3 or 4, or you get the idea. So you can actually make it so you can get a lot of people on it. I haven't messed with that yet to know how good it works, but the AI is going to take that over. Oh, I have to actually hit the button. That's how that works. And so while they're doing that, I have something that I want to build. So we're going to go to construction, and we're going to go down to what I own, which is the opposite direction I'm moving the camera right now. So if we go over here, I own these 3 little fields there. Those are rice fields. I also own these 2 greenhouses. I own that place for making lumber. And I also own this strip of land that's missing all the trees now. I own all of this that we're slowly deforesting because of course we are. Not actually advocating for it, but it is video game and that's money. So what I want is one of the cheap production buildings that we could do stuff with rice and all that. So with this, I can take the rice, the hot peppers, the spring onions, the garlic, and the cabbage, and I could jar them and can them and everything. There'll be a couple things I won't be able to do anything in there, like strawberries. But yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and do that. And I just gotta decide where I want to put it. So interestingly enough, I can put it down here, but that's a lot of space I'm gonna want to save. So what I'm gonna try and do is go along this road here, because I don't own that land. You put right along the road right there. Okay, I wish I'd looked at how that's gonna place better. That's fine. So let's see if we can't make the ground nicer here. So we're gonna soften the ground to try and get ourselves a little bit more of not quite as sharp of a ridge there, so I gotta get it with the forklift and all that. Would it be better to mill and bakery the rice? If it was just the rice, yes. But I also have all my greenhouse goods, and that gives me something to do with the greenhouse goods. Gotcha, so I don't own the land over here is the problem. Because that's the problem we have with the greenhouse. I can't do anything along this road edge here. And then I don't own this land right here. So I do have a little bit of a ramp there, but nowhere else, so it's a little hard for me to deal with stuff. Okay, so you're just doing your thing. So now what I need to do is check what goods I can preserve, and what I'm probably going to do is turn off the goods I cannot preserve. Just to make my life easier with the greenhouse. Because then we'll start putting all those into being preserved. I'm pretty sure lettuce is a no. Yeah, so it might be one of those things that next I buy this tile right above me, even though it's not a lot of good farmland, just to fix where I can get this going. And I'll see what I can do with it. This is how I've had to deal with it so far. Is hook a pallet. So I'm pretty sure I cannot preserve the lettuce. You can actually look at this. Yeah, so for inputs, lettuce is not one of the inputs. So let's just go chuck this over here. And then we're going to turn off lettuce production. Yeah, so let's go to our greenhouse. We will deactivate the lettuce production. And I know strawberries aren't one, so we'll deactivate that. And I think the others are. Let's see about the tomatoes. So we've got the garlic, we've got the chili peppers, we've got the spring onions, we've got the cabbage. Yeah, so tomatoes are another one we cannot preserve this way. We can go to tomatoes, we're going to deactivate that. You know what, actually, let's change that. We're just going to sell those. We'll leave them active, we'll just put them directly to sell, and I just won't deal with it. What do you mean strawberry isn't? Strawberry doesn't go into preserves. The strawberry, the only use you have for strawberry in the game is for making cake. In other words, making lies. Getting stuck in the greenhouse itself. Sure, we'll say that's fine. All right. But yeah, that's when I want to buy the next piece of property so I can fix that hill so I can actually get at that with the forklift. So I should be able to drop this off. Okay. Cool. What is the most worth crop in the greenhouse? I do not know that information. I would give it to you if I did, but I just don't know it. I usually don't worry about min-maxing or anything like that, figuring out like what is the absolute like single most valuable thing. I usually don't. I don't, like, that's just not my playstyle, is to min-max or anything like that. Alright, so you got spring onions. I know I can preserve those. But then this way, with all those set up, it should be one of those things that I don't need to micro that. So one of the things I'll probably do is I'll grab whatever we can't preserve. I'll probably just sell that now and be done with it. Yeah, so what'll happen is as we feed all that into the building, it will, on the other side, give us the stuff to sell out of it. And I'll just need to figure out when is the appropriate time of the year to sell that. That's chili peppers. We can preserve those. And then meanwhile, I've got that worker working on doing the other field over there. All right. We can just shove that up there. Yeah, eventually we're going to just replace this with the bigger building. The other thing I'll probably want to do is I could see flattening the road part of it up against that building and then smoothing it out. We'll figure it out. Oh, but I can't grab these from this angle. It's too steep of a ledge. Okay, tomatoes we can't do anything with, so let's go ahead and shove those over here with the lettuce. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because then we can go ahead and just drop that off for sale later. Right now my flatbed truck isn't nearby, so I'm not going to worry about it right now. Because thankfully, one thing that FarmSim has is your product doesn't rot. With like 1 or 2 exceptions. If you leave like grass and hay on the ground and it rains, it'll rot. But otherwise, just everything is infinitely preserved. Which is good, because otherwise it'd get pretty obnoxious. Okay, so that should be garlic, I believe? No, are you garlic? What are you? Yeah, you're garlic. We can drop that off for being preserved. How's the temple build going? Going good. We're on phase 6. I haven't made a lot of progress since last stream. I've been busy making money, getting our rice fields prepped. Getting the preserves thing built so we can get a bit more money from our goods. That's weird that that worked, but okay, I'm not going to complain. Doing a couple contracts for extra cash. Because unfortunately it is a lot of material I need for the temple this time. It needs 12 pallets of long planks and 12 pallets of beams. And the good news is I have dropped like 2 or 3 off that we've gotten off of our sawmill, but I'm gonna need to buy those if I don't want it to take for absolutely ever. Here, let's just shove that all the way over there. Just keep going. That might work perfectly. Unintentionally might work perfectly. Because now I come at that from the other side, I should be able to pick up both of those in one go. Bedtime for you? Gotcha. Will you sleep well? Alright, we got the cabbage for making some kimchi and all that, so that'll be good news. And then the last one looks like it's more lettuce, which we'll just want to sell. Which I'll probably just wait until... Well, that's smooth. Good news is I've flipped a lot in my past in FarmSim. So you can tell I've got a lot of experience of figuring out which ways I can force stuff to get back up. There we go. That's the one thing with the rice being slightly down so it can flood. Is all that stuff. Alright. So contract's done. So you need to just get out of here. And then we can go check for where the next field that needs doing is. 42 way over there. So we can get our worker over there and have them work on hoeing that field. Oh, and if people don't already know, I believe all of the maps have hidden things on them you can find. That it's like there's 25 like hidden things to find on this map, for example. And each one pays you like $25,000 or $10,000 for finding it. And some of them are pretty easy. Just like look around the corner, there'll be someplace. Some of them will be like hidden in the middle of nowhere. Like so far as when I say in the middle of nowhere, there'll be like a building in the middle of nowhere. They don't just go in the middle of the forest and be like, there it is. There'll usually be something in that area to draw you over there. They brought it down? Well, I mean, if you look at the ones from last game, there was the first map. And the first map, it was something like 100 things that would get you up to a lot, but there was some there that were only worth 5,000, 10,000, and then there were some there that were like a cool like 100,000 by itself. They weren't all valued at the same amount for a lot of the maps. Okay, so let's get you into position and get you to work. Yeah, and I don't know if I know people told me the other day that it ends up being like a number of 100,000 or whatever, like 500,000. Okay, so you're doing your thing. Let's get that lettuce pallet out of here. Oh, we pushed all the way over there. And then let's make sure we actually have activated the production lines for preserving and not just loading stuff in there for it to sit there for all eternity. Yep, and that's lettuce, and that preserves place won't take it. Okay. So I've got you all sorted. We can park this up over here. And let's see what else we got going on. So if I wanted to buy more land, that's 131. Or I could buy, that's 115, and that would connect our property there. That would give me a small field. I mean, actually it's not... Oh, that's for the whole area. It would give me a small field there. And it would give me the fact, like, the ability to fix that terraforming. That might not be a bad idea, because then I can clean up that field to make it a bit bigger and all that. And I'm actually curious if I can delete the buildings on the property. Because if these buildings aren't usable by me, then we'll just get rid of them. Don't care about the other contracts. Let's let you finish up what you're doing. Do we have anything for sale we care about? No. No, we do not. Like, that would be really nice if I had, like, a top-of-the-line tractor, but it requires a tractor that has 580 horsepower, and mine is 230. So, that's not going to happen. And then that would be another nice one, is a really big tractor, but also, it's just not our budget. Yeah, and I have no idea what's already been done, so we're just going to let the AI finish this. And then we'll get our money. And I'll probably advance a day versus trying to do more of the temple stuff right this second. And what I'll do with that is tomorrow we will want to seed our rice fields, so flood and seed all our rice fields. And depending on where we're at money-wise on that day and what contracts I could do, then I might turn around and try and see if we can't get the next stage of the temple knocked out. Because it's an unfortunate thing that those piles of beams are something like 4,000 each or some nonsense. So a truckload of the beams hits us pretty hard. And then on top of that, I do lose about $400 or so every pallet of beams I buy as opposed to deliver. And so it does seem like every month I'm getting about 1 pallet's worth. So it's at least something we can keep going. And you should finish in just a moment. Okay, so you get out of here. And so with that, we could finish our 2 contracts for an extra about $4,000 or $5,000. Let's check our production lines. So you're good on water. You're good on water. Okay, so we do have the kimchi we can start producing, so we'll activate that and start storing it. Interestingly enough, if we bring flour in, we can make noodles. We don't have the rice bags yet. Oh, interesting. There's 2 different kinds of rice bags. What does that become? I don't... Does all of that become kimchi? Because we're not seeing in here... It must just all become kimchi. Wonder which one of these is worth more. Yeah, no, they're all going down. Literally all of that goes into making kimchi. Weird. I mean, I'm down with it. But the random thought struck, is the field that comes with that farmhouse that useful, or would it be better served as a production hall? I mean, it's not a particularly good field. It's bigger than what I've got. I believe this might be a mushroom greenhouse here. And I don't know what these buildings are. They might also be different production. That's just a barn over there. But you get the idea. Is we'll go through here. Useful buildings we'll keep. Not useful buildings we'll delete if we're able. That field down there, I think we'll just keep with what it is. But this area up here, I could definitely see keeping this for production up here. I'm also planning on this field and those 2 rice fields in the long term becoming production areas instead of farms, just because these ledges here are pretty obnoxious to deal with. And since it's all little rice fields, I could just see making one big rice field and then getting rid of those for production. So with that said, I don't see a reason to drag out this day any longer. So we can go ahead and advance the day, which will take me to April, which is when we plant our rice. And that'll be a little bit of work for us. We could also sit there and take a couple contracts if there are any good paying contracts. You meant turn the field into grass and place production buildings there to be on an even ground. What map is this? This is like Hutan. It's like Hutan Pantai. It's a non-specific East Asian map. So it's got stuff that's like Japanese, stuff that's Indonesian, stuff that's Chinese that you really can't pick out what, culture it actually is. It's just a vaguely yes. Alright, so first I need to flood the fields. Which, interestingly enough, if we actually run down here, like if you look at this, like it's a dry field, you can sit here and watch it, and it will gradually fill. It's just where I have the treads I've dug up in here. But it will gradually fill, and you can see like the ripples in there from where it's showing up. Let's get all those fields flooding. All right. Yeah, so all that stuff goes in and we're making kimchi. Alright, so is there any contracts I want to grab and put the AI on before I start that? No, the contract offering today are terrible. Never mind. You learned way more about farming in the last 2 days than you're expecting? Yep. Okay. So I don't actually know how flooded the field needs to be before I'm allowed to start planting. Alright. So let's go here and set you up to steering assist. You're already set correctly. Okay. Yep, so that's not working right. Let's stop that. Okay, so lesson learned. I have to wait till it's a little bit more flooded. Do you need to cultivate for rice? I was told no, but then everything I saw implied yes. So I'm just going to go with yes. But yeah, so I'm going to need to redo that. Whereas like all spiderwebby, that was telling me that basically we weren't getting credit for it. So you go quickly grab this. This is the harrower we got. It's in bad state of repair because we bought it used. But compared to what I was using, it is a nice convenient size of much, much bigger. Because the other one we had was like 4 meters wide, and this thing is I think 6.8. It also could go 1 mile per hour faster than the other one. Yeah, beached it right there. Technically, we don't have enough horsepower to run it, but it's one of those things that like we're right on that edge. So it'll still work. Okay, so we fixed that spot we already planted. So we just gotta wait for that to flood, which will take it a little bit. We'll set time back up to what the game usually defaults it to. So we can drop that in the meantime. I will need to bring my flatbed over here because we can load up the logs. Or not the logs, the planks and beams. Let's go get this from over at the temple. Bring it back home. Because it'll load up a little bit more stuff to drop off the temple. To at least keep it moving a little bit forward. Once we've gone and got our, our rice fields all planted, I'll probably put some proper money into working on the temple again. Alright, we can just zip on up here real fast. And cut right across. For other stuff we got coming up on the channel is we will probably finish I Am Future in the next stream or two would be my guess. I obviously haven't played the release version since it just came out, so I don't know exactly how much longer the story is, but it feels like we're making pretty good progress. We're just upgrading tools at a pretty good clip, so I'm expecting it to go relatively quickly. Once that's done, the next plan is to do Astroneer's new DLC, Glitches, and once that's sorted, we will be checking out Dredge for the first time. Somewhere, like all depending on timing, I also have at the end of the month, we're going to be doing the RimWorld Hot Potato, which is a charity event the stream team I'm on holds every year for Doctors Without Borders, where the gist of it is we start a save file in RimWorld, and every 3 to 4 hours that save file gets backed up and passed on to the next person who continues that. You know what the game is missing? No idea. Probably a lot of things. The map specifically, cement plant. That's one thing it's missing. Cat girls. Not gonna lie, cat girls was not something I was expecting to hear related to that. Nothing wrong with cat girls, but that's not usually where my mind goes. The tricycle thingy you see in the Asian countries. Oh, oh, what is it? I know what you're talking about. Technically true. Yes, technically true, unexpected. But yeah, no, I know the ones you're talking about. It's the same thing they use in a lot of like touristy places where you have like people riding around on the. It's basically like, you know, one wheel on the front bike with seats and two wheels on the back. Not gonna lie, I didn't expect cat girls either. Rickshaw, that's the word. Yeah. So we've got the long planks that the temple needs. Is Tuk Tuk a name for, like a similar name for it? Yeah, so you can see that the fields are flooding now. Rickshaw's the manual one? Yeah, no, I gotcha. Yeah, no, rickshaws are normally pedal bikes. Yeah, and Tuk Tuk is motorized. Gotcha. I'm not sure if I've seen Tuk Tuks before. So the thing I'm going to do is, for just a moment, I'm going to chuck all of these on here, and then we'll check to see if I can plant the stuff. Plant the rice. We'll ride this over to the temple, because I believe all of these goods... can probably be sold at the farmer's market. And if not, we can probably sell them at the warehouse itself. The game has a three-wheel truck? I didn't know the game did have a three-wheel truck. Because I had someone ask the other day, I was like, I don't believe so. But it's not exactly like I looked. Alright, good enough. We can scoot you right over here. And then we'll go here, strap that all into place real quick so it doesn't get away. And how are you doing so far as the water filling? Okay, so you're right about to hit 60%. Cool. That still didn't plant the way it's supposed to. I mean, it's done. We'll just keep going with it. Because that is done. It's not filling up anymore. Yeah, I don't know why it's having problems back there. Alright. I don't really get why it's just failing miserably. This is not how it's supposed to look or work. I mean, clearly none of that's right. You have fertilizer on? You think that's what fertilizer looks like? Fertilizer is on. But that's like this is not the way it's looked to me the whole time so far. Like, we've done a number of harvests that's looked nothing like that the past times. Like, that's usually when it's time. Is this long or short? It's short. This is not our first harvest of it. That's the reason why I'm getting all confused by this. This looks nothing like any of our past attempts. So you see that little patch there where you saw like the little one sticking out? That's the way it's supposed to look. But it is taking our fertilizer. Yeah, no, this is short rice. So I don't really know what's going on with that. We are in the, yeah, it is April. April is the correct month. So I'm a little confused what's going on with this. Because that's what it looks like after you harvest it. But let's try putting some of this down. I've got plenty of saplings. They don't sell for anything. The sapling rows are still there. Yeah, that's what I'm curious about. Is when we look at it, how it actually ends up looking. Tell you sweet nothings? No, you are on the wrong channel if that's what you're looking for. You don't use the console? No. Just a texture failure? Well, that's what I'm curious about. I'm gonna play it until I have to pick up more saplings, and then I'm just gonna have the mouse look at it and see what it says for its status. Alright. Weeds 100%. It just says bacteria. That's just the whole thing, is just bacteria. You've just created a giant pool of algae. Okay, so what do you say? Fertilized 100%, which is interesting because it didn't give us fertilized 100% the last time. It was only 50%. So yeah, it might just be because whatever's changed between the last time we did it to this time we did it, that we did get the increased fertilizer. I can still take more, can't I? Nope, that's topped off as best we can. Alright. So yeah, so I guess it's just where the... Whoever had said that that's just the way it looks. Yeah, sorry, Empathetic Wombat. I guess this is how it looks. It's interesting because that is like the same look we get when we harvest this. So it's just kind of an interesting thing. That's the reason I was like, wait a second, why is it doing that? But that's okay. We can plant all our saplings, get that all sorted out. And I got 3 fields to do. Which this is what our farm is. And that's the one downside I found of rice, is the seeder. This is the only seeder. This is as big as it gets. You can do the long grain rice and it's got a bigger seeder, but for this rice is as big as it gets. And I'm ignoring the hedgerows and all that. I'll go through and clean up that 2 rows in the middle there. Why did that make you think about Pink Panther? I haven't the foggiest. That is a question I think only you will be able to figure out the answer to. Okay. Is what you pronounced to do? But you're not sure about that? Don't know. And I got the pump here on the end. I thought I snuck around it, it's fine. I also appreciate when you're not actually on a field, even though you leave it running, it doesn't take the seeds or the fertilizer. Because certainly in real life, you know, it's not like your tractor suddenly goes, oh no, you're not in the field, let me just deactivate everything. You'll just be like, no, keeps going. Just spray your grass with fertilizer, shove random corn seeds into the ground in your yard. It's fine. Or if, like, you've already seeded a spot and you overlap it, I don't believe it'll use more seeds either. Well, that's good news, because that would imply I don't have any need to get a fertilizing back for the rice, because that was one of the things I said I should probably do at some point, is get that to improve our yields. But it does seem like whatever we change from the way we did it the time before to this time, instead of having only 50% fertilizer, we end up having the full 100. Alright. So I got a couple spots on that end I'm gonna have to fix up, but that's okay. I wonder with the terrain deformation, if maybe that's why we ended up having a couple places that I haven't been able to grow stuff. Maybe it's some place where I left like really deep tire treads in the ground, and then we seeded over it. Because I actually don't know the implications of that. I wasn't paying attention. We're gonna run out of seeds in this row. It's fine. Just pick it up from the other end and fix it. All right. Quit taking it from the ones that I've already been taking, like, that I haven't touched yet. I mean, at least that one finished it off, so it doesn't feel that weird. All right. I'm just gonna turn around there and catch this one spot we missed over here. and then start the next row. Alright, so I have only one row left, and once that's done, this... Well, actually, I might have to do 2 rows. It's a little bit wide for what we've got. You have to be good. It also makes me wonder why that one spot is a different amount of fertilizer than the rest, because the only fertilizer I'm putting down is what this machine puts out with the planting. Because it does put down the fertilizer and the rice at the same time. Nope, I guess it's just one more pass. Cool. That's it. Looks like I got a spot right over here that we've missed, so I'll want to touch that up. Yeah, it's fine. Alright, next field. In this field, I think the headlands are going to be way more important. And the reason for that is just a steep ledge over there and there. So I don't have much room to turn around. You tried putting deadwood in the factory? I have not. I've had people claim that you can. And, you know, there's a good chance that might be true. I thought from 22 you couldn't. But I do remember I used to not bother anyways, because usually they're just buried way back in the trees, that trying to get the one tree out of the forest just usually was kind of a big hassle. You can, not worth it. Yeah, that's what I thought, is it was just a real pain to get it out of there, and it didn't give you that much. It wasn't like there's some trees that have a much higher yield than others. And I want to say deadwood was a much lighter tree. Hey, looks like we made kimchi. Let's see, do you need to do anything with greenhouses? Is it just passive? You need to add water to them. They're a fairly passive income, but you do have to add water to them. But all things considered, it is a very low effort thing. Because when it comes to adding water to it, it's something like you only need to add it to there like maybe twice a year or something like that. It's really not often. There we go. Yeah, so we are doing the headlands on this one to give me room to turn around without going right off that ledge. But those ledges are why I was saying long-term, we'll get rid of these fields and make one big field and probably turn these into production areas. So put like a grain mill or something up here on the ledge. So that way I can just pull up to the front of it, you know, drop off the stuff, pick up the goods on each side, and not have to deal. But that'll be a later concern. Right now, we don't have a whole lot of money for a lot of anything. So we're just taking the money we can get. I do wonder for the, for over there, where it mentions the rice, how you're expected to drop that off. Am I just expected to take the trailer and dump it on the ground in front of it? I'm a little worried about that. That's probably one we'll test where I'll save in advance. If I dump it on the ground and it doesn't take it, we'll just not do it. Or if I pull the trailer over it, does it just start to drain the trailer? Alright, then this will be the last of the headlands. With a small field like this, the headlands are a little bit of a weird thing because they leave just so little field in the middle to deal with at the end. But as you notice with the way we've been doing this, I haven't had to drive off the field and loop around. Which is a big deal for that edge. Okay. Yeah, I can't quite get the turn super easy, but we'll just go back and forth, skipping every other row. I'm honestly surprised. This field's definitely smaller than our first field, because our first field I did have to reload the saplings. This one, actually, you know what? This one I probably still will. It's just gonna go a lot farther before I do. We'll see. It's like 4 or 5% per row. Yeah, so this field's smaller than our first one, and the other field down there, I believe, is bigger than our first one. All right. Yeah, I think it'll be like one row from the end. I'm gonna have to top off the saplings. We'll see. Depends on how much overlap we've got in some of these rows that I don't need to use the seeds on. All right. No, I might be okay. I might just barely have enough. Then we'll top this off. The fertilizer I'm going to need to bring over here at some point. What we'll probably do is, one of the times I run over to the temple, and we start heading back over here, I'll probably make it a point to take both the forklift front on the tractor and all that to the shopping area and bring the fertilizer here. Alright. And that'll be this field knocked out. Now I gotta check to see what time of year the kimchi sells for the most. Get that ready for sale. I also need to see, like, with that, how much of the stuff I put in there that I actually used to make the kimchi. So I can grab you, check our production line. So for the kimchi production, it only used about 10% of those and the cabbage. So it only used about 10%. And we don't have any more in storage yet. Okay, so finish the first pallet. We were in the middle of the other one. Okay. So now I need to go down and around to get the next one. Yeah, I can see doing something like taking field 34 or 32. You know, making them take up a little bit more of the tile they're on. Making one giant rice field and then getting rid of those. It's also those things that when you're doing this like autopilot thing, or the steering assist, if you have a really big field, you can get on a straightaway. You can do something really quick, like check the price on something, check the market like real fast while it's doing that straightaway. But right now, with how small this area is, I just can't. I got to go right off the end. I say as immediately do that. Oh, I got a big sprayer and all that. Yeah, so this field's longer than it's wide. Because then what I'll do is I'll try and quickly check the price on kimchi and see like what month is the month we sell kimchi. All right. We can check the kimchi real fast. So prices. Kimchi. So it sells at its best in March. Actually, wait a second. We'll have to wait to the next pass. I thought I saw one of the prices was, like, oddly high versus the others. Like, location-wise. Because that's what I got with the temple, is the temple seems to have unusually high prices for the wood. And it's not, like, astronomically, it's just a little bit higher than anywhere else on here for any of the things for the temple. Okay, let's check that again. Kimchi. So it's only supposed to get up to 658, and the Goldcrest Valley location is at 666. So in theory, the kimchi is actually going for a higher price than it's supposed to. Which for the record, that chart is like an estimate. There is a bit of RNG around what it actually ends up being. 666? Yeah, it's kimchi. It does a number to the old digestive tracts. Hey, Steak, how's it going? Yeah, so those are all pretty close to the max price. Well, actually, if we look at that price range, I'm not going to care about selling it. The entire price only changes 13 bucks. What is that emote? It's a dancing steak. It's a good emote. It's well animated. But yeah, so it looks like for kimchi, I'm just going to sell it whenever. Just whenever it's convenient, we'll just sell it. Because there's some goods when you go to sell them that, like, the difference between selling it this month and that month will be literally hundreds of dollars. But like $13 for a whole pallet. Okay, so we gotta top off our planter, roll out of saplings. Yeah, this field down here is definitely the biggest of the three. And it'll also work out because I'm already planning on doing a drop of stuff. So we're already going to be running past there, so just chucking the kimchi in there as well. Why are you pulling from that one? I don't understand you, game. Pull from, like, the one that you've already started first. It's also weird that a lot of times it doesn't like to actually fill it up. It's just the way this thing does. It kind of takes like a stack. Some of them will let me put like a second row, and I don't know why. I have noticed if I let it get all the way to 0%, it loads up a lot better. And it's just with this rice harvester that's a little funky. Is the planter bugged? No, not bugged. It's just, it seems to be the way it loads. It takes the, like, it slots it in, and it seems like if I have one that's already partially used, it won't slot in the top row behind it. I don't know why, but that does seem to be consistent behavior. And then what ends up happening is, as you can see, it takes off the rack. So I think it actually grabs like 8 of those at a time as a segment or whatever, or 4, whatever it is. So I think it's just the nature of how this planter works. So it kind of encourages you to actually go until it runs out, then come back to top off. Okay. We're about to finish the head rows. And I'll need to do the other direction. I'll probably have to do one more top off since we didn't get particularly as full on the last one, but that's okay. And once that's done, we'll have all of our rice fields planted. And then I believe we harvest these, if I recall correctly, in August. Each segment is a liter, apparently. Something like that. That's what I'm guessing. But how much sapling is in a liter? I don't know. Oh, I see what it is. If you look at the bottom where it's emptying those out, so that tiny little dark green area is a row of them. So then you have the next one above it. So yeah, so if I tried to load this up now, I would have the entire bottom row. I'd get next to nothing into there. That's what it is. So yeah, it does put them in there in segments of 8. So if I don't have room for it because I've got one that's not quite exhausted, it can mean you get quite a bit less than a full load. Yeah, because it slowly inches down. Just a sprinkle. You have to think about the future. I don't know what that means. The achievements in this game don't answer much in the way of questions. It's just a sprinkle was the achievement we got. And it told me I have to think about the future. I mean, I'm planting rice. That's what I'm doing right now. And I don't think I see another pallet. Yeah, so I don't see another pallet over there. It's probably not going to be anything to do with lumber because what on earth would just a sprinkle mean? Raining? I mean, we've had rain before. It's not raining yet. And we've seen rain and hail before. We haven't seen the tornado yet. The tornado is the one we haven't seen, but we have seen rain and we have seen hail. You wonder what rice seed looks like? I have no idea. I know what we're doing here is we're growing saplings and then planting the saplings. Oh wait, what am I talking about? The rice is the seed. You hate games that have cryptic things. Yeah, that is one complaint. That's the thing. I just stopped and like, wait a second, we're talking about rice. This time I'm gonna go ahead and run us out the whole way. You plant the sapling because it's easier and you can grow more of it in the greenhouse. Yeah, and that's what I was gathering, is the greenhouse, you do that to start. Like, there's certain crops that are just easy to go where you do the saplings, like, you germinate them in, like, a little area and then you move them. Like, even tomato plants and all that, a lot of times you'll do that in real life. You'll have, like, the little teeny tiny little things, you'll put, like, 4 or 5 seeds into one location. You'll grow, wait till it sprouts, and then you'll take all sproutlings and put those down. That's not commercial farming. That's more gardening. But, like, it's the same concept. How do you decide where you're pulling those from, game? And this should be more enough to cover the last of this. And then we'll be done seeding for the season. Yeah, that was hurting your head. The rice seed thing, or the trying to figure out how this thing is like handling grabbing the saplings. Yeah, so you can grow them way too packed for all of them to survive in the greenhouse, but they don't need to survive. Yeah, the grabbing. And you'll plant them more to spread them out the field later. Yeah, no, it's the same thing where it's talking about where you throw like 3, 4, 5 seeds for like tomatoes into a little like cup or whatever to get them to germinate. And then usually what happens is you look at like the 3 or 4 that do manage to sprout, and you just look at whichever one looks healthiest. It gets to stay, and then you pinch off the ones that don't. But again, that's gardening. That's not commercial farming. Same with like peppers and all that. Alright. And then with that, we'll have just the full row over there and that half row. And that'll be all of the rice planted. It does make me curious what they're working on so far as the additional crop. Because I would imagine at the cadence they tend to get the DLC out. Because for those who don't know, the cycle that Farm Sim does to like keep itself relevant is it's every roughly like 2 years they come out with a full new version. Is there 2 or 3 years or something comes out with a full new version? But then in the course of a year, they will come out with like 2, 3 DLC or whatever. So just as well as things, you buy the game, 2, 3 DLC, 2, 3 DLC, then the next game drops, and then it'll do a season pass for like 1 full year. But usually every single one of those comes out with a new like class or type or whatever you want to call it of crop that has like its own harvesters, its own stuff, and so it can be like wildly different from stuff that we've already got, or it can be just a little bit different, all depending. So you know, like to give you an idea, one of the DLC was the carrots, parsnip, and beets. You had another DLC that was the olives and grapes. You had another DLC that was, I'm blanking on it. You get the idea. Have you had any flashing issues? I did until I updated my video card drivers. I didn't have them when I first started playing, and then they showed up for a little while. And I was talking over the course of days. And then I updated my video card drivers like 2 streams ago, and I haven't had the flickering, like the black flickering background since then. If you hit F5, you should be able to see the hitboxes. It didn't do anything. It might be I have to turn on, like, you know, debug kind of stuff or whatever. All right. So let's grab this and put it on the truck. Let's see, what I found out is basically PC enabled dev console F5 key. Yeah, and I didn't... So I think the last time I played with 22, I did ultimately eventually turn on the console. But that was because I was trying to record stuff for an edited YouTube video. And so what I wanted to do, I didn't end up following through with it. Like, I experimented with it and it looked like it's going well. Is I wanted to do the Silver Run map, where what I did was I started the Silver Run map, and I had, like, a player that I would take them to an exact coordinates, and I'd point them in a different way, like to point down at the map. And then just the idea was to do a time lapse from up there, as I, like, just carved away at the forest to build stuff. I didn't ultimately do it just because I had to have, like, I had to have my laptop, which wasn't really doing the best, running that camera, because that one didn't need to be nearly as detailed as the other. Because, you know, you're looking at it from far away. But that was the idea. But I had to dev mode to be able to, like, make it so a character could basically fly. Well, I didn't want to do that. Being really weird. And all jars of kimchi broken. That's not a thing in the game, by the way. Didn't do a good job loading, and that's what's caused me grief now. Alright, so let's quickly lock that in real fast. Because we have to, like, fuss with this pallet of planks. Alright, so yeah, so I should be able to take that and put in there long ways. And we'll check to see where I can sell the kimchi. That's pretty annoying. Let me under. Let me under. There we go. Please don't fall off by me bonking stuff. Alright. Because I'm also curious, we dropped off tomatoes and all appeared in the farmer's market. There we go. Alright, so we're just going to park this aside for a minute. Okay, so let's check. So kimchi I can sell at the farmer's market. The best is the train station, but the restaurant is also pretty good. We have tomatoes and strawberries on here, so let's also check those. Strawberries can also be sold at the restaurant. That's pretty good. Tomatoes can also be sold at the restaurant. So the restaurant's looking like the place to get rid of this stuff. So start with the restaurant, and you are where in town? The restaurant... Oh! Okay. I mean, that's fine. Does the lettuce also sell there before we go all the way out there? Because I want to do 2 trips. Yep, okay. So we're going to the restaurant to sell all these goods. But we'll sell all the food there. And we're going to take all the wood goods. And we're going to sell those over in, drop those off, I should say. They are going to get sold, but drop those off over at the temple. And then we might see if I'm going to be able to have enough there to make it worthwhile for me to load up a whole bunch of the beams and all that to try and get the next temple phase locked in. Which is going to eat up a bunch of our money. And I don't know if completing the community project has any impact on, like, the state of the town or anything like that. Like, if prices go up or anything like that. I don't think it does. I think it's purely a cosmetic where you go, hey, that looks good. And then also, if you were to supply it using your own sawmill and everything, you'd make a pretty hefty profit because they buy your materials at a pretty solid price. Okay, so what would be the best way to get up there? This way. So I can cut across this field over to where the shop is over there. And then from there I can follow the road up into town, which will be plenty spicy. Get to the restaurant sell point. And at the restaurant sell point we could sell all of our produce. And the wood supplies... Ooh, up in 2 wheels, that's fine. The wood supplies shouldn't be accepted there. So I shouldn't have to worry about that. I guess no matter which way we go into town, it's going to be dicey. Okay. Man, I wouldn't want to walk on these roads. That kind of hill would be just murder after a while. They also don't seem to have sidewalks. Like, the houses are neat and all that, but I would not want to live here dealing with these roads at all. And thank you, Guardian, for the 3-stream streak. Catch the last 3 streams without missing it, so thanks so much for that. I do appreciate it. Alright, so next corner should be where the restaurant is. You think the curb is considered the sidewalk? There's not enough room. And they've got a very distinct gutter to them, which is fine. I mean, just... like, with all these tight shoulders and all that, you have any large vehicle, you're not going there. Was there a meme about Korean grandmas do this? I have no idea. Cool, so we sold the kimchi and all that, got ourselves a cool 3,000 bucks. So next move is to get to the temple with our long planks and our regular planks. And then we'll head over to the warehouse. You'll see, like, how many different pallets of beams I can get. Oh yeah, no, any of, like, the flatbeds and all that will have parking straps. Or not parking straps, they'll have, you know what I'm trying to say. Let's double check the way I want to go. Yeah, I'll go down this way and over. Do you think you're fit until you go hiking in Korea, and you're there dying, and there's a 7-year-old Korean grandma passing you like it's a casual walk? Yep. I can see that. Well, that's its, you'll go to places that are, like, higher elevation, and if you're not used to it, you'll be huffing and puffing just trying to breathe. And yeah, someone who's been there for a while will just have, like, no problems whatsoever. Hey, Rice, how's it going? Stressing you? I'm doing alright. I'm sorry to hear that you're stressing. Hopefully whatever's causing that eases up, you know, gives you some room. When people used to higher elevation get dizzy with too much at lower elevations? Not really. Because if you get a little bit more oxygen than you're expecting, it doesn't really, like, it actually give you kind of a, like, make you feel energetic, almost give you a high. Whereas if you go to too little oxygen, that's when you start getting lightheaded and dizzy. Like, that's literally when you go to, like, oxygen bars and all that kind of stuff. That's all you're doing is you're just breathing oxygen, and then usually they'll scent it. But, it does massively, like, just suddenly make you alert and awake. You know, it's not going to replace sleep or anything, but it does give you a boost. That's the reason those are popular. It's called a bunch of bureaucrats and agency. Money if nothing changes, you'll see. Gotcha. But yeah, and that's actually, yeah, exactly what I'm saying. Like, you'll get that, you know, alert, awake feeling, but you can get to the point where you get too much and it can mess with stuff. Alright, so this will be the long planks and the 2 sets of regular planks. So that's another 5,000 we got. Okay, so let's see what our differences are here. Alright, so we need 7. Yeah, so we need 7 things of long planks and 9 things of wood beams. Alright. So we're going to load up as much as we can and go over here. Because you have to be breathing really high percent of O2 to get O2 poisoning. As levels much higher than what found naturally in our atmosphere and at any altitude. Yeah. Well, that's what I was going to say. Is usually it's when you get to like oxygen bars and all that where you basically have like a little thing that you're breathing from that's just straight up O2. You know, like I said, sometimes I'll add like scenting or flavors or whatever to it. I haven't done that too much myself, but I've known a lot of people who are into it. But even then, your likelihood of getting oxygen, like, toxic levels, you kind of have to be trying. Alright, sorry about that. Okay. You do expect the bottle thingy to be below toxicity levels? Yeah. Now, I'm not talking about the bottle. I'm talking about where They basically have like a pump that they're just giving you straight up, not straight up oxygen, but they're giving you very heavy amounts of oxygen. But that's the allure of it, is, you know, you're sitting there, you're feeling low energy, and you get a breath of that, and you just feel invigorated because your lungs are just like, oh, all that oxygen. Nice. It's not something you'd want to do long term, though. A lot of those things can have all sorts of weird side effects to you if you know, too long exposure, too much. So it wouldn't be oxygen poisoning. It'd be like adjusting to having a more oxygen-rich environment if you did that chronically. So it'd be kind of the same thing as going from low elevation to high, except you'd be normal elevation to normal elevation, but because you've been puffing on all this high-density oxygen. Not high-density, but high oxygen ratio. Alright, so I need 9 of those. Can't afford that. Alright, so now I need to run these all the way over. Alright. So you can load up the flatbed real quick. Get that over there. That'll be all the beams done. And then we can get the planks. And then that should be good after that. That's going to be a little bit of work. You know, that's the thing. I mean, like, the planks you can get normally, I can't think they're like, what, 12 feet long normally? Something like that? It's like the longer ones. And otherwise then they drop down to like 6 or 8. Like, no, I don't think they start that short. Yeah, no, I've definitely like bought lumber. And I wouldn't necessarily, like, the long planks, you consider it's like the width of like the entire thing on here, where it's, you know, the vehicle itself is probably 3-4 meters wide. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So having it stick off both sides a good like meter or two, that to me seems like a typical like plank you'd buy, like the really long planks at, you know, your local working one. Let's see, when baling, would you wrap it versus not wrapping it? Hay versus grass, expense wrap it. So when you wrap it, the idea is you leave it out for a little bit to allow it to ferment into silage, which is a separate product. Silage is typically used for feeding cows. Generally speaking, silage is worth more than just, you know, a hay bale. But yeah, you are wrapping it for purposes of fermenting it. To make cow feed. But it is the thing in the game that taking the time to wrap it and let it ferment, you can then sell it for more than if you don't do that. Would you leave it out even in Farm Sim 25 to ferment, or just wrap it? Well, you wrap it and you leave it out to ferment. Like, that is the thing you do, is you do leave it out to ferment. Otherwise, you've just wrapped it and you sold it still as hay. It's kind of one of those things where you just plunk it down and you just let it sit there till it fully ferments. The game should really charge you for the run out of sides. There's a mod to that. Even in game? Good to know. Yep. Silage is a product in game, and you have more than one way to make it. You can do it where you wrap it, or they have like these big trough things that you can just drop all the grass or hay or whatever in, and just kind of pile it up there and mush it down. And same exact idea. You ferment it into silage. Yeah, no, you have to wrap it, but there is Like I said, there is like a trough thing. Like it's a specific building made for making silage. So you put this trough thing, and I think it has like a sheet or something that goes over. I don't remember. Why am I up here? This isn't where this needs to be. I need this over at the warehouse. Yes. Yep. Yep, no, in game it is, you wrap it, or sorry, you cut it, you bale it, you wrap it. And some of the balers will wrap it as you do it. Yep, that's what I was gonna say, is the silage pit, which is, you put it there and then there's like, you drive over it to press it down or whatever. So leaving wrap bales on the field is bad? No, I believe that's how you're supposed to ferment. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, because I haven't done much silage. But yeah, no, I believe once you wrap it, you just leave it there. Until it's fermented. And you have to check on it. Anyways, he's talking about you wrap it, then you leave the wrapped bale in the field. Yep, that's exactly what we're saying, Soul Adams. That's what was being asked. They're saying, like, game mechanic-wise, you bale it, you wrap it, and then you just leave it there till it ferments. Or take it where you want it, wherever. That's what was being asked. But yeah, so once you wrap it, you just leave it there till it ferments. I think it'll happen is, once you wrap it, it'll take a little while before you see, like, a number. I think it will say, like, % fermented or whatever. Alright, we're almost to the warehouse. Now that I've taken an unnecessary detour to the temple. Okay. Yeah, I think there's a mix of discussing game mechanics and real life mechanics. Most of the questions you're gonna have on the stream are gonna be relevant to the game mechanics. So probably a thing not to worry about the real life mechanics unless someone's asking specifically for purposes of real life. Because, like, there's definitely a place for learning about the farming, certainly. But when someone's asking about game mechanics, bringing in real-life stuff that doesn't necessarily apply to the game just confuses people. Wifey. Okay, you sleep well. I love you more. Alright. Gotcha. Yeah, and I don't remember the details of silage, because silage is something I've done, but yeah. But it's not one, like, it was a meta in the last one, and it's just one of those things that I didn't put a ton of time into. Like, I did pretty much everything that was in the last one at least once, just so I could be like, alright, you know, I tried that, you know, going through all that. But there's a lot of stuff, it was literally, I did it once, it's like, cool, and then I never did it again. And still just one of those ones. Which, for the record, it is, or rather, like, it was one of the metas in the last game, so, you know, it's not only good, it was, like, really good. I appreciate this car just sitting here honking at the truck. As if that's gonna change literally anything. You know what? That'll work. So let's strap that all down there real fast. Recently bought this game and upgraded to 15 grain headers. To 15 grain headers. How do you transport them? Because they're too wide to get to the farm for an hour? I think it'd be helpful. So there's a trailer. Here, let me see if I can't find it. There is trailers you can get for your headers. So if you look here where it says, here's the header, and you have the header trailer, this is how you transport them. They will attach to the back of your harvester, and you just basically just drive the header over it, you plunk it down, it'll snap into place, and then you can go over, grab it, drive where you need to go, and then you pick it back up. But yeah, it's a header trailer. But they're pretty much a must once you start getting to the really big ones. You're playing trying to get past polls for the last hour. Yeah, I definitely make the mistakes of sometime going, I think I could sneak around this, and not have to worry about that. And sometimes I'm right and sometimes I'm not. Alright, Darkstrider, you sleep well. Thank you again for hanging out. We are way overloading this truck. Yeah, some headers have their own trailers, and some headers even are their own trailer. Like you can hit the fold out kind of thing, and it'll drop wheels and it'll like plop a little hook off the back to grab. The car is just still sitting there honking, and I love it. Alright, now the tricky one. The tricky one's going to be getting this one on the back and just kind of trying to sit it on that crooked one there and get it to stay. Stay. No, 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 no. There, you tip. No, you tip this way. There we go. Cool. Every time we're just there, the little car's like, Hank. Alright, that is definitely stacked properly. Nothing to worry about. Okay. We'll need to be very careful because this is very top heavy and it'll probably roll pretty easily. So we can take our time on some of these hills. Because we got 8 stacks of, or 8 pallets of beams. At least this one isn't like very obviously like I got the like one giant stack of beams on the left side and there's just not enough on the right. I saw you trying to pass. You're surprised your tires haven't exploded from all that wood? Luckily that's not a mechanic in the game. Where you just like put all the weight on, the car just like bottoms out and just can't drive because all the suspension have collapsed the whole way down from just all the weight. I don't think that actually is a ramp I can lower. You know, I don't close side panel. Ah, no, there's not. I can't lower the bottom, but I can lower or like raise the sides. Sure looks like a tailgate? Yep, but I don't have a control for it. I've got the side panels, which I just did, and it angered all the logs. Or not logs, all the beams. I keep going up on 3 wheels around these corners. That's why we're driving so slow, because it's better we take a little bit more time and do it in one trip. Then I have to go and bring the tractor over here to lift it back up onto its wheels and take like 3 times as long. Okay. I wonder what those red stripes are supposed to mean. Because I noticed that area, it's clearly not like a rendering issue. It's like deliberately they painted red stripes in the ground. Like something like, hey, you're getting close, like this is like, you know, tight corner by a wall or tight corner by a ledge or something. Because they don't have them anywhere else in the map. So that's the reason I'm kind of going, I wonder what those are supposed to indicate. Like some type of caution. There's the $28,000 back from selling those. Alright, so wood beams, I need 1 more stack. And then I need 7 stacks of long planks. Is the last pallet strapped down? Yeah, it was. Yeah, so 1 set of beams and 7 of long planks, and once I've got that, that'll be the next temple stage locked in, where it'll just be a matter of, you know, an in-game month or 2 to finish the actual construction. Alright. Yeah, so you've ended up doing this like 2-3 times an in-game year of just taking stuff to the temple to get it worked on. Because that is one of our dare drop objectives. Which those dare drops, every time I finish one of those objectives, a couple days later I'll be able to get a key to give out. We've got, of the 5 objectives, we finished 3. I've gotten the keys for 2 of them. And my intention is once I get that 3rd key, I will give out those 3 keys all in one stream, where I'll do one at the beginning of stream, one in the middle of stream, one at the end of stream. Like, vaguely, like, within an hour or whatever. So I'll probably do that. And then the other 2, because those are longer-term objectives, the $1 million and to finish the temple, those, once I get the keys, either of them, I'll just give them out the next stream. But it is the game plus that. I don't know if it's the standalone version of the game or the Steam version of the game, though. So that'll be, when I give those out, that'll be up to people on whether or not they care about it. But there's a good chance it might be in the next day or so that we end up seeing that, the first 3. Because, like I said, I've already got 2, and the last one is pending. Okay, so 1 thing of beams. And then 7 of these. And then once we get that loaded, that's another stage of the temple done. So basically the exact same thing I just did, they're just long planks instead of beams, but from what I've seen, the long planks and beams seem to be pretty much the exact same size, just about. Actually, I could compare right now, so it does seem like the beams are slightly taller, but otherwise the same. That's not at all how I wanted to do that. Cool. So you can go over here, grab the next set. Trying to do this a little differently this time. Stack first, since I already know I'm putting the same amount in. Okay, so let's lock those in place, just so if I'm messing around and I bump it, I don't send it all sailing. Hey, could you not hit my truck, please? Also, could you not literally block the spot I need to be working? So I need to go around you, because you decide to get in the way. So the idea here is I'm going to scooch the one on there. Then I can put the other one directly on top on this side. Yep, lock all that in. Okay, so this one is nowhere near as well loaded as the last one. Which is probably going to be a problem that I'm just going to live with. I don't know how I'm getting around this truck without going the whole way around, but I refuse to get out of its way. Because real life me in the same situation, if you pulled up that close and you weren't willing to reverse, I would probably just sit there and be like, alright, I can wait as long as you can. Like, you're the one being a jerk here. Like, I'm at the loading bay, loading things. You can go around, man. Or reverse, or anything else. Use forklift to move truck. Sadly, I actually can't tell you about this one. But sadly, if it's anything like the past ones, the trucks and all that basically are solid objects that you cannot shove or anything like that. Yeah, so you see, like, I just shove it and I push it, and I'm the one who moves. That is just a mechanic. I'm gonna have to accept it. They are effectively immovable objects. So as much as it'd be fun to just slam them out of the way. Yeah, no, but that's what I was trying to demonstrate, is you can't interact with them in that manner. I can't take a forklift. All happen is my vehicle will tip. They're basically impervious. It's like, even if you're a harvester going at speed and a car cuts you off, you'll just kind of bounce off. Yeah, it's actually on there. But yeah, so like, here I could demo. If we were able to interact with this, I could go to one of these cars over here and just hoist it up. And I get under it. But it is an immovable object. And that's the way all other cars are. And that's true of the cars driving around as well. I think they did that way you wouldn't just like just like kind of arcadey, just smash cars out of the way. I think that's why they did that. Is they didn't want to make the game GTA. Because then it'd probably be all the clips and all the videos you'd see of the game is just smashing other cars with tractors and all that. Yeah, so this time we have a lot of weight hanging off that right side. So not only are we top heavy just as like we were before, but now I could very easily roll to the right. Now granted, as far as sticking out as that is, I might be able to roll ourselves back on the wheels if I do hit that side. Not that I would particularly like to test it, it'll just slow us down a lot more. But you can actually get a car back on its wheels in this game, or a tractor and all that, in ways that you shouldn't be able to, like doing the whole thing where you turn the wheels really hard and then you back up at full speed, and the tractor will kind of like flip itself back up onto its wheels, which, you know, a real tractor wouldn't do. You just scrape your, like, you break your mirror off, you just scrape your paint the whole way. Maybe torque the frame of the tractor itself trying to do it. Bouncing up with two wheels a little bit here. I also wonder if after we finish building the temple, if I'll still be allowed to sell wood to it. Or like how mechanically that'll work. To be frank, you could have used the forklift to push the wood in place. I probably could have. I thought it was in place. But it's fine. Did I mention you'd be able to get back on your wheels if I tipped on that side? Because we definitely just did that. I unfortunately have a lot of practice of riding, turned over vehicles. Now this is the place I don't want to do that. Because that's water. If we dump this in the water, we just lost a lot of money. Because my ability to recover that is going to be basically zilch with that forest over there. And not owning any equipment that can go down there with like a big cherry picker and pick it up. Alright. And here we are. Wait, I don't remember. Were all the cherry blossom trees here last time? And the picnic benches? Okay. So yeah, it looks like we got enough materials for all that. And sometime you can go up here and see what they're actually building, because it will gradually build it. Like, we did see that we would check back and these columns would show up and all that. The stairs were already here. Am I seeing any changes here? Well, that's one of the hidden items that gives me money. I'm going to not grab that, though. Oh, I'll grab it. Maybe. No, you can keep your secrets, I guess. But yeah, so we did notice that the last time, the last phase, not this one, they were putting down the hardwood floors here. I don't remember seeing all the cherry blossom trees here, but like I said, that could be just me not remembering them. But with that, we can leave these vehicles where they're at for right now. How am I doing on time? Okay. Is there any contracts I cannot live without right now? We do have a bunch of contracts. That wood transport is a crappy one. And honestly, none of those are super exciting. Let's see, you haven't found any collectibles on the US map yet. But you have found 2 beach balls. Gotcha. So let's check on these. So the sawmill needs lumber. So unfortunately, I do need to bring this back and grab some lumber. Logs, I should say. So we can just run this back, grab our winch, grab the logs, pull them into the sawmill, and keep our sawmill producing material. Because the sawmill makes me pretty good money. And then on top of that, we are taking that over to the temple, and every single one of those I take to the temple means I make money off of it, and it's less I have to spend in the temple myself. Yeah, no, we did grab one of the collectibles here. Just like out of habit, I was like, what is that? And grabbed it. I was like, oh, that just gave me 10,000. So we've like not grabbed any more. I wouldn't be surprised if you end up finding a good like 8 or 9 of them in here. I think it said there was 25 of them on the map when I grabbed the one. And you can see that one of them was definitely in the temple. I'm hoping it's not something that because I've started building it, I can't get to it. We'll see. I'm not too worried about that yet. We'll want to get those at some point because it is an achievement. But since I've been doing, like, the 0 to hero run, getting that free money from the collectibles, you know, that feels like it's against the spirit of the run. Now, if I'm sitting here and I'm, like, at $800,000 or $900,000 where we basically are set, then grabbing a couple of those won't bother me. But while we're early on struggling to get, you know, $10,000, $20,000 here and there and all that, I am looking forward to going back for our Survivor Man challenge once we get the maps out. Because that is like, this is moving at lightning speed compared to that one. For those who weren't here to that, very genuinely, the Survivor Man challenge is usually you cut down all the trees on your tile to just get whatever amount of money you can. And you look at it and you go, okay, I got like 100,000 and some change to work with. And so you buy like the crappiest nothing tractor, maybe a couple of greenhouses and a water tank to just get yourself off the ground. Or you might go and get the mowing front and then like a harvester wagon or something like that. You'll get something that you can make at least some money. And then you'll start doing round after round of that to slowly trickle up your income. Till then you can get like the next thing, you know, to get like a little bit better plow or a little bit better this or plot, you know, second plot of land. And it is a lot of struggling with those things little by little. Alright, so we can drop you off. Then grab the winch. I should actually have that in the back, not the front. I'll deal with that when we get to the other side. Grab a couple more trees to drag them in there. Okay. So I'm not sure how far up the hill I own. Well, it looks like I probably own all the way up to that road, so those really big trees up there, I believe, are ours. Which would be good, because I think those will be... Honestly, I could probably take one of those big trees. So let's try and get both of these in one go. Alright, let's see how that works. I might have to get them more slack so they, There we go. Just a little more slack so they straighten out versus being sideways. And I, of course, immediately drive over our neighbor's field just because. It's fine. Okay, so you're still at 3,000. So those trees weren't worth very much wood. I also see I've got more goodies to drop off in the preserves place. That's fine. Want to keep that rolling as much as we can till it's full. Which then I don't know what we do after that point. Like, do I just hoard it and keep it going in there till we eventually have a big pile of them to sell all at once? Alright, let's grab this really big tree here. You know, it's probably been growing for like 120 years or something like that. Definitely should cut that one down next. The Japanese Zelkova. 15.1 meter tall tree. Just don't mind me, it's a pretty big tree. It's taking us a good while to get through here. Tree is too heavy. You cannot winch a tree that weighs more than 8 or 6 tons. Alright. So I'm willing to bet if I cut it a little farther up here, we could take a pretty good amount of weight off this. Oh yeah, and you definitely chainsaw above your head with something that weighs 8.8 tons. You just kind of hold it down there, you just pull down at your face. That definitely is not an extremely, almost certainly likely to kill you thing. You can't read all the sarcasm in there. It is more sarcasm than anything else. So much sawdust in the face. Yup. I'm trying to cut it down enough that I can get the biggest piece to like 6.6 or whatever it was or less. Most likely you mean 100% it will pancake you. Yeah. You'll get a face full of sawdust and your safety glasses won't help because those hit your face and like get into your eyes behind it. And then while you can't see, you'll have half of an 8.8 ton tree come down on you and just squoosh. Cool. That's what I was hoping for. Because with that, what I can do... Let's grab that really big chunk. Drag it right on up here to this big chunk. Way too much gusto. That might be close enough. We can grab these two together as a pair. And then the other one should come by itself. Look, I'll take it too. Just cable twangs right to the face. Alright, so you just roll over the top of this. Alright. So we've got that, and then the next piece will be dragging will be about 6 tons. Give it a little bit more slack so it's not being all wonky. It's almost like I'm having to try really hard, dragging multiple tons of tree trunk behind me. Okay, almost. I was hoping just holding momentum I could drag them both through. So you can go grab you. Okay, so we have 10,000 in there. I'm not going to grab that last piece because it's probably more than 4,000. So we're going to let that sit there for right now. And then when I need to top it off again, I should just be able to grab that. And that last piece is probably like 6,000 or so that it's worth. And go ahead and drop this off. Okay, how am I doing on time? I got a little bit longer. Just making sure I don't stay up way too late over my normal time. Okay. And that does remind me, we did have 2 more items from the greenhouse to drop off for the preserves. Let's actually check. So, the way I'm reading this is that's what's full. We can only carry 800 and things, so it seems like I can only carry about one pallet's worth in there. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So it does seem like I might be able to put one pallet worth of each of those in there, with the exception of the cabbage. So we'll see about that. I'm curious if it'll like slowly grab from this, or if it'll like overstock, or how this will work. No, don't drop that. What I'd like to do, and if you can't see why this is such a difficulty, there's like a really big hill there. No. Thank you. Yeah, it's its lowest right now. There we go. It's tenuous, but it's on. If you leave the pallet on the loading side, it should pull it in as able. No? That's how it worked? That's what I'm thinking. We're gonna go find out. Because it can't pull the full thing in there. So we'll see what happens. Okay, well that one got sucked in there immediately. Okay, so what does it say? I'm thinking we're losing material doing that. Because those, okay. So that says I only have 480 liters, so we only went up a little bit. So I think literally it's just deleting material, because those pallets were more than that in total. And they just poofed. That's honestly pretty concerning, because that means you could lose a lot of money if that was the way that's actually working, but I'm not sure that is how it's working. Okay, so regardless, there's not more contracts to deal with. We got all that topped off. Yeah, because it seems like those might actually carry less than a full pallet's worth, which is curious as how that even works then. Okay, so first, any good sales going on that we care about? It's a windrower, not really. Windrowers are fine, but I don't particularly need that one. All of this is fine over here. We do not have any new things here. Yes, we do have more. Yes, we do have some Napa cabbage and some spring onion. So the cabbage I know we've got room for in there. So I can grab that real fast. But yeah, that'd be a curious thing about if you overfill it, if it just deletes your extra, because that would honestly be pretty bad. That would honestly make like a thing like building like that not worth using, because even though you might get the 1.5, you keep deleting your crop again and again. Any benefit you get, you would just lose on the other side. Come on, you can do it. As I slap. Nah, that was dumb of me. As I slap it to this pole. And I can't fix that hill till I own the next tile over. Okay, come on. There we go. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to drive over here, and before I drop this off, we're going to take a quick peek at the spring onion. The cabbage we should have plenty of space for. We're check the spring onion and see how much space there is there, and see what happens. Because we have 1,000 units of spring onion. So we look here, for the kimchi, we are maxed out on those. The Napa cabbage, we got room. But the spring onion, I've got, you know, I don't have a whole lot of room in there. So it shouldn't take it. But I think it's going to. That's the cabbage. That's the one it should be taking. There we go. Yeah, so it took them both, but then the spring onion's only taking a little. So yeah, so it does seem like I'm losing product when I put that in there. So it is something I need to be aware of, because with the Napa cabbage, it went up by about 1,000. These don't even take a full pallet's worth. That feels to me like it really shouldn't work that way, because that implies to me when I drop off the garlic, it literally deletes half the crop at the door. Now, it could be that maybe it's still worth it when it's empty to top it off, but I'm hesitant to believe so. So I'm really torn about what I want to do about that. Now, I'm assuming you can get a much larger thing, and then that becomes a not an issue. Meanwhile, let's check the contracts we've got going on. Oh, all the rest of these good? Yeah, you're fine. Okay, so we got wood transport. It's a crappy one. That's not a bad mission for running the hoe. That'd give us about 8,000. But I might not worry about that just now. Let's go check real fast on how the temple's doing. Oh, there we go. Yep, so it's still processing. So we're thinking squelchy water walking motions when we go there. So it looks like this is getting built up more. Because it was just the beams here, but now I've got kind of some like fine design on it. And it does, I do think we are getting like little park benches and little accessories around the property as well that I don't remember being there before. But yeah, so it does look like it is building the main building of the temple more, which is fine. I'm not going to worry about those random contracts. We didn't see any sales here that are worthwhile. We didn't have more stuff to sell right there. We'll definitely need to figure out what... Yeah, Reme. We'll definitely need to figure out what the deal is when it comes to the kimchi. Am I just straight up deleting garlic and all those other things to just not even get anything back from it? Meanwhile, I'm going to take 2 seconds while the day is refreshing. I need to use the restroom real fast. I'm going to do that real quick. We'll probably go a little long tonight because I just feel like it. But I'm going to quickly use the restroom real fast. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Thank you again for tuning in. Got it. Intro, the Wilhelm scream. Please. Oh! I can't do it. That was terrible. I need to not be holding the button if I do that. But yeah, so it is... Why did I go to the moon? I don't understand. Why? I think I found a bug in the physics engine. What do you think, chat? I'm not sure what I hit, but I didn't just slam into the roof and get stuck here. Like we kind of glided up here. I have to find out. Yeah, unfortunately you got beat up too, so. Is it just like because I had an expensive colony earlier? It's like, no, we're just gonna keep this going. Just no, never let up. Just keep it going. Ambrosia addiction, why not? Let's add it to the pile. Disease gutworms, okay. What is this? Oh, good. Ducks joined. I actually would like the ducks. The ducks would be lovely. Rare thrombo. We're gonna leave those alone. They're gonna eat all my plants. It's deeply upsetting. Yeah, you know, it'd be awfully... Alright, you know what? It's fine with me. Alright, and I am back. Just sneaking in a couple bites of my my dinner real quick. Alright, so for this in-game day, we have literally no sales to speak of. For production lines, we will need water soon for our greenhouse, but I won't want to do that till we harvest our fields so not backing up and destroying our stuff. Yeah, so I think genuinely we're just going to deal with yeah, I think we're just gonna go ahead with the spring onions and all that. I'm gonna wait till they run out completely before I top them off, just in case we are wasting material. We'll want to get more of the planks too. Ooh, okay, those are actually... That's a much better deal for a pair of contracts today. And that wood transport's also a really good one. So what we're gonna go ahead and do is I'm gonna borrow this one, accept that one, and accept that one. Oh, don't, no, that's not what I wanted. That was a mistake. Okay, we're just gonna go here and just immediately cancel this contract because I done goofed. That's fine. At least with that one, it didn't ruin anything else. And the reason I goofed on that one was I forgot to accept the equipment. I don't have equipment capable of doing it. So I'm going to go ahead and do it real fast, is I'm going to grab this, get it all set up, get it to other fields, let the AI start working on it. I'll take a couple bites of dinner and me looking at the time. Yeah. Well, keep in mind, I also, like, usually I don't even get the dinner till 9. But yeah, no, I'm pretty terrible about it. It is a thing. The thing, though, is I do always finish it. Maybe not in a timely manner, but I do always finish my dinner. So it's not like I don't eat. Alright, so let's get this tractor into position, getting it working. Then we'll check on the status of the temple. And go from there. Man, that was a bummer. That would have been 16,000 that would have gotten for that wood pickup mission. So that's a lot of money we could have gotten that we just kind of left on the table. But that's what happens when you click too fast. All right. So you do your thing. So it's doing that thing where it's okay, I think we got long planks there. It's doing that thing we ran into before where it seems to be like one long plank short for some reason, and I don't know why. But all I have to do is add a little bit more long planks. It just makes it happy. So I'll just plan from now on to just add an extra thing of long planks. So we do have some back at home from the looks of it. So you just run this home, grab those long planks. We might actually have some kimchi to sell as well while we're there. So you can grab the both of them and deal with that. All right. Okay, that was actually a lot more than I expected to get out of that. Just flipping end over end like 4 times on like a little bump, but you know, sure. We landed on our wheels, so, you know, nothing happened. Alright, we should be over there. Good food's important, yeah. That's it's only been a beginning, but I've been eating a lot healthier. Got a rice cooker and started like actually, you know, preparing some stuff at house for a lot cheaper. Doing a bit better about my eating habits. Not that I've been like terrible before or whatever. But, you know, just trying to do what I can. Alright, so get you into position here. And grab the tractor. Because I'm pretty sure one of those is long planks. So grab the wood from here. And you'll also grab, I think I got kimchi already ready to rock and roll over there. Okay, so we got long planks and beams available, as well as regular planks. Okay. Someday we're going to want ourselves an actual forklift instead of using this. Oh, this is the long planks. The last one are the beams. That's fine. Either way. It doesn't matter. We're getting one of each. We got garlic and hot peppers down there. Okay. Sooner or later, I'm not going to make that turn. I'm just going to go right on through and just absolutely wreck that quarter of the rice field. But I'm looking forward to actually have a proper harvest, and then we can start doing the rice in there. There you go. Hey, Lord Master, how's it going? Alright, let's check on this kimchi. Pizza for breakfast? Honestly, you can do a lot worse. Pizza for breakfast is not that bad. I saw that coming and just kept going. Good enough. We got ourselves some more kimchi. Chuck that in the truck. Well, I wasn't expecting to sling it off like that, but I guess I should have. It's okay, they're just glass jars, it's probably fine. Thanks at home, man. You have been eating... What do you have been eating? It's been getting strange. Nah, we'll just put it on top of the planks and all that. It's fine, we'll drop off the kimchi first. We'll just check the current prices. Not really worry about necessarily getting the best price we can. Alright, so go park this off to the side. Okay, so we can strap that all in, figure out where the kimchi has a relatively good price, and then we can go on from there. Hopefully something along the way is the plan. So kimchi is currently selling for the best at the Gold Coast thing. We have the restaurants next. The farmer's market is the cheapest. It's actually below whatever the minimum it's showing there is. So I do guess I am still just going to the restaurant. I didn't want to go all that way, but I mean, it's still, let's just go to the. I want to. Let's just go to the farmer's market. And the reason I want to go to farmer's market, even though it is price is like worse than all the others, is it does put a lot of the products on the shelves. And I'm curious if the tomatoes in that we added there will still be there from before. Or it will be one of those things that, like, a month after you drop it off or so, it clears out the shelves. Because I kind of want to see if we keep putting stuff in the farmer's market. If it does eventually, like, either give us an achievement for completing the farmer's market, or, you know, just as far as the map's concerned, the farmer's market looks like really filled in. You gotta have dozen different things that all are kind of different. Screw it, let's put them all together, making a burrito out of it. Maybe when you were single and confronted with leftovers? Yep. I've certainly put together some stuff that you scratch your head and go, do these go together? Probably not. Are they going together? Probably. Alright. They can drop the rest off the temple, and that'll complete phase 6. The real answer is, if you want to build the temple, probably just get a ridiculously large sawmill and just go into working wood. The kimchi gave me double what it said it was. Yeah, so if you run around... So I do see that the tomatoes and all that are gone. Yeah, so you clearly can't do all the stuff here because we have anaki, oyster... The cabbage, spinach, and tomatoes we can sell here. I wonder if that's kind of a way to look at as like a hint of some of the stuff that we'll be able to get here, is that maybe later we might be able to get a gnocchi. Oh, they might be oyster mushrooms. Anaki mushrooms and oyster mushrooms. Because then I make all those greenhouse goods. Oh, I bet you the kimchi is large enough that it counts as two units for sale purpose. Like, it weighs enough that it's not just one... It's not one pallet of kimchi is one sale, it's like 2. And you're 80% done with the other field. I can just run this over the temple, and that should finish this phase of the temple. And it also means I'll have some beams and planks for future use. Because the temple is accepting all the planks. It is one of the items it takes. So I am kind of expecting at some point the temple will be like, I need planks. And just be like, bet, there's like 2,000 in there. Or well, 20,000 or whatever in there. And just not have to worry about that whole part of that whole phase. I also keep expecting it to bring something on surprise, be like needing the frames or whatever instead. Or stone or something that I'm not prepared for. And about the time I do this, they'll finish with the first of the 2 fields. So that'll be a little extra money. All right. Okay, so what are you telling me? Okay, so now it wants 24,000 beams. 24 pallets of beams alone. Goodness gracious. That is going to be some heckin' money. Alright, meanwhile, we can just take you on to the next field. 24 pallets of beams is pretty severe. Occasionally reach a sweet spot where it wants to hook up to it. We can make that work, it should fix it. Or I can just keep kicking it over by just driving over it aggressively. Yeah, so cutting across here, that's what we call a mistake. And thank you, Randall Thor, for the Gigantify and all that. So let's try and pick this up, see if it lets me get over. There we go, come on. Yeah, so cutting across the river, well, stream, was not the play. In case anyone's keeping notes, not the move. Alright, so fold that out. AI's got that. Alright, so let's check on our supplies. So the water's getting low. We don't have much we can do about that. But the sawmill does need wood. That should be easy. Literally, well, thanks. Literally, I should be able to just grab the winch. We already have a tree chopped down that's a really heavy tree. It's like 6 tons. It should be just a matter of grab the tree, drag it back. And keep that rolling. I am going to keep everything going because I have a feeling it's going to ask me for more long planks and planks at some point. That little tree is going to be the death of me. Oh, do we have anything on sale today? No. Yeah, so there's a tree up there that we chopped down. And I didn't need it right then for materials, so I left it there for when I did. You did figure out a little funny thing? What do you got? If you make a small rice, like as small as you can, and flood it, you free infinite water anywhere you can fill up your tanks with. Yep. That's what I kind of figured. I made the comment that that's probably going to be a meta strategy for a lot of people. To just get around paying for water and all that. Let's deliberately let out some more slack. It's almost as if dragging a 6-ton tree is a little tough on your tractor. It's probably fine. The good news is when I get this to the sawmill is just going to be full, probably. But yeah, probably 100-year-old tree. Chop it down, shove it into a sawmill. Don't care. Getting paid. Alright, obviously real life I would care about it, but in the game it's like, that's money. I like money. Well, that sorts that out. Let me just hit that button to keep that ad from happening. I hope that wire doesn't count as solid. I don't think it does. Okay, it does not. Please. You know what? I bet you it's so big that, it's probably so big that it has to wait to be lower on material before it'll accept it. It's definitely in there. So let that sit there for now. And if my sawmill runs out, then we can sweat about it then. Alright, let me try and snooze that ad as long as we can. Because I want to get that one job done. And then when the job's done, we'll probably start winding it down. Dropped it off just like in real life? Yep. Did my part. You said get it here. What else? That's not my... Like, anything past this part is not my problem. I dropped it off here. That's what you asked me to do. If you wanted anything else out of it, that's for someone else to figure out. Alright. So I wonder... Yeah, so let's... Yeah, so the preserved food factory is just an interesting one. That we are getting the kimchi from it. It does seem to go at a relatively fast pace. It does seem like very specifically the Napa cabbage is the big problem. But for the rest, it almost feels like I just want to leave those to stock up. It is kind of a bummer on how little storage this has. It does seem like you accept rice. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so it does seem like it accepts 24,000 liters of rice. I feel like they kind of need to buff this for the kimchi purpose, just to get those up to 1,000 liter, just so it doesn't delete what you put into it. That feels like an oversight. The other ones all look fine. Now, granted, it looks like it uses so little that maybe it's not a problem. Because, like, it seems to be only using, like, 10 liters or something per kimchi pallet, whatever you want to go with. I'm going to stop paying you to do this for me. Because what we'll do is I'll go around the outside of the field, and then I'll keep doing this. Because if we do the head rows, it should get most of this done all in one go. Got a section over there to do. Okay. Yeah, so then I can get this contract done, get paid for this. But yeah, so we're doing relatively well. When we consider we finished another stage of the temple today. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We did get two more, well, we basically got our 3 rice fields all up and running where we were only doing 1 before. We did acquire, we got a piece of equipment earlier. Oh yeah, we got the harrower. So we upgraded our cultivator to a much better harrower. That's basically at the limit of what this tractor can handle, so I don't really have a reason to go any bigger than that till I get a better tractor. So that was a pretty good find. We got the preserves building, which gives me something I could do with the rice now production-wise, so I'm not just selling raw rice. Because that raw rice is not particularly lucrative by itself. But I am hoping that we'll get much, much better money out of making the bagged or whatever rice. I need to try to look at what the production rate is for making the different rice products. and decide what I'm going to have it make. I could also just open it up to make all of the rice products and just see what ends up making me the most money. That's probably the answer of how to deal with it. Just make like all, I think there's 3 different rice products we could make in there. Between, there was like the rolls, and then there was 2 types of the boxed rice or bagged rice or whatever. That I could just genuinely take those, try to figure out how much rice goes into each one, and then what they sell for. And then from that, well, I mean, I could, honestly, as much rice I'm going to toss in there, we probably just leave all 3 on and just roll with it. And then we got our last row right here. Well, last rows, plural. All right. Yeah, that should be pretty good. We should be able to make some good money from the rice. Because without doing anything, where we've about tripled the amount of rice, we should be seeing pretty close to $10,000 for a harvest of rice. And my hope is, by going through the production, I'll get to something like 15,000. Think how many blue bowls that'll fit when cooked. Yeah, for those who missed the meme at the beginning, I just got a rice cooker. I tried it for the first time today. I was like, I'll do 1 cup of rice. That seems like it'd be reasonable. 1 cup of rice, raw, cooks up to like an entire like large soup bowl, completely full to the top of rice. I was like, 1 cup of raw rice is a pretty significant amount of rice. It's not like your stomach hurts level of eating too much level of rice, but it is a lot of rice. And I'll probably do it again tomorrow. Now, we just need someone to calculate 24,000 liters of rice. How many soup bowls worth of rice that is. You've seen long grain sell cheaper than regular? In-game or in real life? Because probably yes in both cases. Usually do, like, 1/3 a cup. Yeah. That's everything... That is the everything else is a side dish level of rice. Yeah, in-game, that wouldn't surprise me. Because it depends, like, what month you sell and all that kind of stuff. The prices fluctuate. That's where I mentioned there's a mod for Farm Sim 22 that I can't wait till it comes out for this game. That basically what you can do is you can go and it'll like keep an eye and say this is the highest and the lowest price I've ever seen this product at. But the thing I like it for is you can kind of go to the market and say, hey, tell me when it's over this price, so I know to sell. And it's basically just to let you know when the sell day is. But it can be one of those things that you'll be like just driving around. It'll be like such and such has a great price, and then you'll have the alert be like, oh yeah, it's the rice. That's what's on the great price. Because before you had to like really kind of attrition the UI, and it was just really like it took way too much work to kind of figure out what was the thing on sale, or like what was the thing selling well. All right, we'll save that for next time though. So give me my like 10,000. So that's good news. So we got ourselves another 44,000. Because the thing we talked about is our next purchase probably is I think our next purchase is going to be this tile of land here. That'll give me more trees for the sawmill. It'll give me a field, which I'll probably enlarge. And we'll see what buildings here are useful and what I'm just going to straight up delete if I can. But that's 115,000. So I have to wait to do anything with that. But for the moment, your contract completed. You shall not harvest the last 20 square feet. Yep. Yep. You just don't like how the rice fields in the construction menu? Yeah, I get why it's there, but it does make it something you have to kind of hunt for. Yeah, but these are going fully fertilized this time. So actually, the last couple times, these weren't fully fertilized. Because these ones are at 50%. And for whatever reason, this one's at a higher percent now. So it does look like... It's weird that some places I look at shows me the yield bonus and other places it doesn't. But anyway, it looks like I'm going to get almost double the percent here. So we should actually get like 1.5 or so what we got last year out of that field. But with that said, chat, I'm already a bit over my time. And I am tempted to go long because tonight's numbers have been great and all that. But I'm trying to be a little bit better about all of that. So what's going to end up happening here is if you're watching on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly. So if you don't mind, subscribing if you like what you see and all that. And I do hope to catch you next time. But if you're over here on Twitch, I am going to hit save real fast. And if you have enjoyed tonight's content, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you could